These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to them old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. And you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies. A rebel soul from the old times like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Right here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Fucking right.
You can't take my freedom, can't take my land, you can't take my guns from me, young man. Don't tread on me, you'll fall where you stand. I played dirty as a dog, Lord, forgive my sins. The world that we're living in is gone to hell, you'd rather bite your tongue and by the stories they sell. Stand my ground till the day I'm gone. Salute the ones who never made it home. I bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible. Yeah, come on. And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible. And a middle finger to
See, we soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. Old school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. All these crooked politicians on a mission just to find all the brains they can wash and all the rules they can't apply. Just a bunch of sheep inside these fences, always sleeping, mostly senseless, medicated, incarcerated. I hate to say, but the truth is vicious. Lied to and deprived too. They got us in the system. Middle finger to the man. You either with us or against us.
I bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible. Yeah, come on. And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible and a middle finger to the man.
Soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. I said we soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of time.
I bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible. Yeah, come on. And a middle finger to the man. So good morning, good evening, good day, wherever that's working for you. Good morning, everybody. Let's see what we got here. Morning, Miss Chrissy, Miss Amy, Indy, Miss Joyful. Hey, Mr. Josh. We got Keno. Hey, TT1. Hey, Guardian. Hans. Hopefully I'm not missing nobody. Scat Pack, Miss Jennifer, Miss Cindy. Hopefully everybody's doing okay. Do my camera. Oh man. Can y'all hear me okay? I guess I didn't even ask that.
inbox. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know, I'm a little sore. Got really pissed off. The whole visit didn't go over well. We kind of didn't see eye to eye on some of the wording of questions. And I had no idea that woke ass shit was down here that close to me. But so when I went in the doctor's office, one of the things was I noticed this form was different that they wanted me to fill out. And the first thing was they wanted my sex at birth. I noticed that wording. I'm like, well, that's kind of a strange way to put that, in my sex at birth. And so then I got to looking, and I noticed that it's like, if I don't check these, and it even says, it's like the sex at birth. You're either male or female. And then your sexual orientation. Straight, lesbian, or gay, bisexual, other, don't know, choose not to disclose. And then in brackets, it said, if left blank, will mark don't know. So if I don't mark it, then they're not going to say that I choose not to disclose. They're going to say that I don't know. I won't know my sexual orientation. And then they do the same thing on the gender identity. Male, female, transgender male, female to male, transgender female, male to female, other, don't know, choose not to disclose, if left blank, will mark don't know. And so it's like, I'm sorry, say what? And then the real kicker was this one, race. Now here's where I really noticed it. So race, it said Asian, American Indian, or Alaskan Native, African American, Native Hawaiian, white, or, get this, the wording. See, it's all about the wording. Refuse to report, decline to specify. And it's just, I don't know, the wording got me. And then I noticed how ethnicity was only Hispanic or non-Hispanic. So there's no white, African American, none of that. And I just told him I was uncomfortable with it. And son, you should have seen the look on that face. And so I just, I felt like if I marked this, that I just didn't feel right, man. I felt like TT1 exactly. Decline to specify, put you on a list. That's the way that was worded, was like, go ahead, because the minute you check this in the back end, oh, he's one of those, or he's like that. And it's just, I don't know. I felt really jacked. So that didn't go over very well. So, but I found another doctor that doesn't give a shit. So I'm going to try that next Friday. I just had to wait till next Friday because I got to wait for this whole getting paid once a month shit is such a mess. But that's kind of where that shit went south. So the whole trip, all that was such a waste. And I felt like shit for no apparent reason. It's kind of what it come down to. It is what it is. I don't know, man. That just felt really weird. I was sitting there looking over that, and then to ask, and then it was like, I don't know, you'd almost had to have been there to kind of get that. I don't even know if that would have translated well. There was just a vibe, man, and I was like, I'm just not really comfortable here, and I'm not going to trust this, so I don't. Oh, are you sure? Oh, yeah, I'm sure. So and I'm sorry I didn't let anybody y'all know. I know that so many people asked me, and I'm sorry yesterday I just didn't really respond a whole lot. I was kind of sore, so I just vegetated pretty much. And I damn near didn't make it now. I was sitting here in my chair. Hell, I was nodding off. And then it was like something, I was like, I looked up and I saw y'all in chat, and I was like, oh no, what time is it? Oh shit. but God works wonders. So he woke me up at 3:01. So we got his content, just anyone not needed. I appreciate you, TT1. Skip whatever. That's it. That's true, Hans. Hey, at least now I know. I've never had it. I know. See, I've never been asked that kind of stuff. I mean, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm just coming for the doctor. What does all this matter? I'm gonna lay down, bro. I'm leaving you on my TV downstairs. See them. Right on, brother. Sleep well, TT1. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile, sir. And I guess, I don't know what got me. Well, two main things that got me. Well, really three. The fact that the way that they worded that stuff, sex at birth, your orientation, my gender identity. I wasn't a big fan, but it's whatever. But then the next thing that got me was how if I don't check anything, then they're going to say that I don't know. So it's like, well, why won't you just mark that I didn't want to say? Why would you choose to say that I don't know? And then it was kind of like, that really had me bothered. But then it was that last one about my race, and it says to refuse to report, decline to specify. And it's like, there's something about the way that's worded, refuse to report. And I just was like, yeah, this is not for me. This is not the place. Hey, Anta. Did I get my... Yeah, where you did that, Josh, where you were thanking everybody for, and you were glad to be up here and stuff. Yes, sir, I saw that. And thank you for hanging out, Josh. Right, I just didn't, man, it gave me a weird feeling. So I was just like, yeah, this isn't for me. Exactly, Indy. That's why, and the way that those wordings, I exit stage left kind of thing. And then I found another one that doesn't ask those kind of things, doesn't focus on, because, hell, I was worried about the poke. Well, shoot, these people are asking all the key questions that would make me get leery. I'm on the left coast, so people here are very confused about gender, so they cannot discriminate. Is that what they call it? You had those questions at your doctor's. I'd be like, rescue refused to answer questions that aren't health history or symptoms. I know. See, none of that really made sense to me. And like I said, it was just the wording, how if I didn't want to answer, then you're going to say I don't know, instead of saying that I didn't want to answer. Or I could select that I choose not to disclose or refuse. And it's kind of like, well, that's just, man, I don't know. Things are so crazy right now that I was like, yeah, I'm not getting added to those lists. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at. It just, that's that whole refuse to answer, decline, and I was like, man, that's some harsh rhetoric type wording. truly an invasion of one's overtaken privacy. I haven't been to a doctor in a long time. Me either, Joyful. I was not prepared for that. Usually you just get you might get the sex of, male, female, whatever. But it's like, oh shit, man. Yeah. So that's why that was a uber fail. Hey, morning, kiss off. Miss Sherry. What's up, you people? Scooter in the house. Don't want to miss anybody. Hey, Miss Tina. Morning. Oh, and I was going to show y'all something. Don't want to miss anything. Let's see. See, that's kind of how it was with me, T-Girl. I had been there way back, so I was there, but then all of a sudden I had to do this new stuff, and then all of a sudden I got this, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know about all that. I have Premier Blue Cross Insurance. It's ridiculous. They send out calling wanting to do a safety assessment of my home. Yeah, see, that's nerve-wracking. Especially the way things are right now. Hey, morning, Kush. Greetings and blessings in Jesus' name. Amen, Kush. So, my heart doctor appointment today at 1:30. I'm curious if they're going to do the same thing. Oh, wow, T-Girl. Well, I hope your appointment goes good. Well, hopefully. I don't know if y'all have seen the footage from Uvalde, but I can show you what a coward looks like. Well, they ain't liking that one, I guess. There it is. So this is inside the hall at Uvalde. And you'll see if I can get my mouse to show. Yeah, right up there underneath the R in rescue on the screen, you'll see a guy standing, and then right down past him, you'll see the bottom of his feet. You're fixing to see this guy runs back. So you'll know what cowards look like. So these guys ran down the hall. Then the guy inside the rooms shoots at him, and then watch what a coward looks like. So what you're going to have is you're going to have some shots, and all of a sudden those cops are going to scatter. And here he goes. And here comes the biggest coward of all right there in a white shirt. He's so worried about he might have gotten some drywall in his hair. And then I won't bother showing the rest because this is all they do for the next, I think it's 53 minutes. So I got so mad. Yeah, there was the talk of the guy, which I can point that out to. So the guy right here on the right hand side, that officer right here, you've heard about the officers who had a wife that was involved. That's the officer. And this guy actually has 2 phones. So matter of fact, just so you'll know in case I don't get it right, if you'll notice, the phone he's looking at right now is in his right hand. When I put it to right here, here goes the left hand. See, he checks that phone. Goes back in the left pocket. Then when he backs up, now he's fixing to look at the one on the right. Now see, here goes the phone on the right side. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like rub shit in for y'all. But you got to call out a coward. And I'm sorry if that doesn't set well with anybody in chat. I'm sorry, but that dude stood there on that phone. There's no way in hell. There's just no way I would stand at the end of that hallway and know that my wife was at work right down that hall in one of those rooms, and this guy was down there. That just would not happen. And yet, then you have the other guy with the vest with the white shirt. And he wants to come in. Oh, I got drywall in my hair. Oh my goodness, that was so close. And I just, ooh, man. Actually, Box, I have a feeling, and here's where I go with it. Got no proof, just my 2 cents. 2 phones. I think one was a work phone and one was a personal phone. What bothers me is if one of those was a personal phone, why did he look at both? Was she calling him? Man, I get so mad. Hey, Money. Hey, Black Watch. Hey, everybody that came in. Sorry if I missed you. Yeah, right. Remote. Yeah, there was a dude that goes up to that hand sanitizer too and does that. I just, man, there are, let's see, I can because I kind of. Oh, be sure I'm gonna post the link for that video. So there's the link for the video I just had up. That video is an hour and 22 minutes long. So that's the whole incident. Like the beginning of that, you will see that guy come in the hallway and go down. So and then you can watch it all just, and yeah, but I got to tell you, Cindy, there wouldn't have been an order big enough. I just don't, and I don't understand the mentality. I'm sorry. I just don't. Well, see, nowadays, though, Biox, you know, I could see company, a business phone, kind of. There's no telling. Kind of, I just can't believe. I just was floored. And there's another gentleman that actually did a good little talk. Yeah, it was Black Scout Survival who talked about it too. Hey, Huckleberry. What's up, buddy? Stinks. This thing stinks of. Yeah, right box. Yeah, I will say a lot of radios aren't all that popular. I mean, they use them, yes, but they also know that scanners can pick them up. So there's a lot that gets done on them phones nowadays. Oh, let's see, did I miss somebody coming in? Hopefully I didn't miss anybody coming in. If you came in and I didn't catch you, I apologize. So welcome. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and I'm going to put up this little link to let me do this. And here's a guy that covered it too. That's I kind of see his every now and then. Black Scout Survival. He had covered it too. He actually came back with like a retraction because he had felt bad. He, like most of us, thought, oh man, that guy had got held up. Wasn't able to go in and help his wife. It's got to be bad. But then you turn around and watch, and it's like, yeah. What's up, Ridge Runner? How are you, sir? I don't know. I saw that and I was already, my little feathers were already ruffled from the doctor visit, and I got seeing all that, and I was wound up pretty good yesterday. Rescue, I like Jack. Yeah. Yeah, he's down to earth, he's real. He's not into the grifting thing, he's... Maybe I would make fewer topics if I just closed by. All right, Blackwatch. Still dealing with my eye. I hope you're not working. Yeah, how is your eye, Chrissy? Oh, that ain't nothing, Huckleberry. Son. So just in case nobody saw this watch, I'll go ahead and I'll... So I'll show you, just watch. I'm going to jump. Look how many people are in the hall. Look right here. They still haven't gone in. This is two cameras. This is the other end of the hallway, and then this end of the hallway. So what you're seeing is two different ends of the hallway. No, they haven't gone in yet. This right here, this is already 52 minutes into it. So 52 minutes into a guy going into a school, firing off a weapon. This is what's gathered out. 52 minutes into this, this is what it looks like. Nobody's gone in yet. Hey, morning, Hoot Owl. Yeah. This is 53 minutes in. This right here, this is 58. 59 minutes. Yeah, 59 minutes and 40 seconds. Oh, yeah. If you want to see how this all started, watch. This is how it all started right here. Here comes his truck over in the right-hand side. There goes the guy's truck. He hits into that ditch. Do you remember me talking to about a guy that went out there to confront him, and the guy shot at him? So the guy's wife brought him his gun, and then the cops wouldn't let him go in. Well, you're fixing to see the two guys walk out of the left and go towards him. See, now there's the guy just crashed into that concrete ditch. And this is the building that you're seeing this parking lot from is, I think it's a funeral home. Here goes the two guys. See them in the left hand of the screen? Those two guys are going to go to see, oh crap, man, this dude just wrecked a truck. Because they're like, oh crap, man, somebody might need some help. Well, let's go over there. Well, he's getting out of the truck. And if you actually look, watch, you're fixing to see him. Because they see he's got a gun, and then he's going to turn around. He starts shooting at him. See him run? Look, that dude falls down, dude. They thought they were fixing to get tagged, so he runs. There was another person on the far right that was coming down that road, if you didn't see that. Now there he is. See the guy walking? I need to take this dang flag thing off. Hold on. So he's right on the other side of that car. There's a fence right there, and he's throwing his stuff over the fence. Now he's going over the fence. There. But there goes a car flying by. See, that's him walking. Now the camera's going to flip to the other side of the building. You can see him out over there. He's walking towards the school. So he's just walking on as he's fixing to come to the parking lot for the school. Look at them vehicles going by. Why nobody? I don't. Something should have been happening right then. So now he's right there and by them cars. Now that's going on the inside. There, he's going in. That's that guy, and he's going into that door. Here he comes in the door. So now, keep in mind real quick, I'm going to stop that a sec. Now remember, when this guy crossed over that fence and was walking across that grass, vehicles were driving by. So now, this is what this guy looked like, and nobody freaked out. And I'm going to stop it there just because then you've seen a lot of the other, but then that was him going in, starting. I just got so mad because then you look at this and you say, what the hell, man? What in Sam hell? I mean, I don't. I'm just totally disgusted. You know, I man. Every damn one of them ought to be held accountable. Not one of them did their damn job. Not one of them put themselves in harm's way to protect a child or another human, and that's their job. If you don't want the job, don't sign up for it. You know, that's how that goes. You're supposed to protect and defend. And it's disgusting. Morning, Miss Sharon. Well, be careful driving, ma'am. And then, like T-Girl likes to say, be sure and keep it between the mustard and the mayo. Kids need protection, and they didn't protect them. No, they didn't, Ridge Runner. In that amount of time, Walmart security from the school district already alerted and watching the cameras. The school should have been in lockdown. I know. See, that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to just show that, because it gets talked about. I'm sure that some people had probably seen that, you know, but you hear the stories, you know, like, yeah, they were there and they were waiting and they were here. But I really, man, when I saw that, it's like, no, I really wanted everybody to be able to see how many were gathered in that little hallway. How much firepower. And it just, you know, it's disgusting. And then it's like that one dude at the beginning with the white shirt and his little vest on, and oh wow, he come back and he's wiping the back of his head, and it's like, you just ran all the way down that hallway away from gunfire, leaving kids on the other side of that door with a gunman. Where is your nuts at? Oh man, that dude's man card needs to be pulled. His human card needs to be pulled. How do you sit on the other side of a drywall wall, knowing a person is on the other side of this wall, harming children, and then, oh, I might have got hurt, I need to run away? No, man, that dude, that dude's the biggest piece of shit on my list. They all suck. But that first one that took off running like a little sissy-ass coward, that dude pisses me off. That's a worm. Dude, that's the guy that could have ended it right then. If he had just manned up, he could have ended it right then. Dude, I'd have gone in that damn door if I'd have had nothing but a number 2 pencil. I sure wouldn't have been down at the other end of that hallway. Man, so disgusting. So disgusting. And this is why it's so important. We need to get our moral compass back. We can't let people like that become the majority. So, you know, we need to talk to friends, neighbors, relatives, people around us. Try to start rebuilding a moral compass. Man, oh man. Right, Joyful, there's nothing like a mother in rage. You guys, I made it through 3 years since my hubby died. 7/14/2009, 2/08. It was a really rough, cried all day. Well, T-Girl, my thoughts and prayers go with you, man. Right, Indy? So, Indy, as a teacher, I've been through dozens of lockdown drills. I've had to hold back tears while comforting 6 and 9-year-olds as they think about the what ifs. Never once have I considered that I would run? Exactly. Because it's just not, man. Morning, Miss Tammy. And I'm sorry if I missed Chad going by while I was on my little tirade. Morning, Aloha. Yeah, we murder babies every single day in this country, every single day. I heard in these songs, please don't let them on YouTube. Yeah, and I do want to go up and pause for a moment because Ridge Runner did a good little prayer for Chrissy Cat. And I need to go back up there and find it. Because I was going to read that out loud. There we are. So, Tennessee Ridge Runner said, Heavenly Father God, with pain in my heart for my sister Chrissy Cat, I ask that you, be it your will, heal her eye, Lord. She loves you, Jesus, with all her heart and needs healing. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen, Ridge Runner. I know the what ifs are horrible, let alone what a child has to go through their mind. Exactly. Man, we're supposed to be protectors. You know, it's one thing Black Scout mentions, you know, that's you're a protector first and a provider second for your family. So you're a protector first. And it's just like, it's bullshit, dude. There's no excuse for that. There was nothing any of those people can say. There's nothing whatsoever. Cowardness, incompetence, evil. That's what that is, plain and simple. Just utter disgusting. Love has no barrier. It is what God has always taught us. Prayer is a way to show that love. Right, Ridge Runner? And right, Remote, their innocence never to be defiled. And he says, do you think it keeps him up at night? I hope so. I hope God is working on that heart, making it feel withered. I just can't even comprehend it. Once I saw that visual of kind of where everybody was at and the way that first went down and stuff, I was like, OMG. Because I kind of thought it was more of a distance, you know, kind of like, oh shit, okay, well, we're not sure, then yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll stage up right here, you know, because they're being cautious. Those people were down there right outside the wall from that prick inside the room. That changes everything for me. You were that close and you did nothing. I think they all should be charged as accessories. Joyful says, rescue, I feel all children are in my care. Even if I have never had one, I feel this way towards all life. It's compassion and empathy. when you have compassion and empathy, you can acknowledge another human being, and you would wish best for that human being. When you have compassion and you have empathy and love in your heart, you'll transfer that over to people. And when you don't, when you're void of those things, your actions will show that too. Yeah, Chrissy Cat. Yeah, it's just totally. It was disgusting. What you got there, Anti? Oh. They were probably told of the drill. There was way too many feds where that doesn't make sense. All these organizations are sorry about black people. Right, Box? That's a man. Okay, Skip Pack. Sorry if I brought you down. Just want to make everybody aware. You got to just, as hard as it can be, you just need to know the truth. And so I just wanted to kind of show that. I think everybody needed to kind of see that, you know. But I understand, Skip Pack. So take you some deep breaths. Try to relax. Get you some rest. I would like to, I'm going to point out a couple other little things, and then I'll open it up and people come up and talk or whatever. There's a guy that I don't know, I don't really follow anybody, but there's some I pay attention to. And I figured what I'd do is share Okay, so from my father. Box. It seems I remember some suggestions that this was a satanic ritual, something significant about the date and all. We have to really wake up to the fact that these are not random events. That guy was just, yeah. But there is so we will go on to a lighter note, not really a lighter note, but just on a more positive note, something on how to deal with your days. Thought this guy's, it's a group called 3 of 7. And it's the 3 of 7 project. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, a retired Navy SEAL, and he talks about kind of how he gets his day going and stuff, and kind of how to stay in the now and starting his days. And I figured I would share that with you guys. And so I'll play, actually this will be his intro. And then oh, Hans knows him. I see that extreme runner. It's like, oh, I know Hans has done heard about Chad. Yeah, because it's a running fool. So, I mean, this little video, hopefully I don't get in trouble for playing this whole video, but it's only 13 minutes long. And this one here, I figure I'd let the intro start to it so you can kind of see who the guy is. He's a cool dude, and I think he's got really good advice. You know, take with it what you will. But check this out.
How do you control stress, anxiety, and worry in the midst of chaos? All right, guys, welcome back. We are going to talk about a topic today that I think every one of us can relate to. And this is actually going to be a series where we're going to, over the course of the next few videos, talk about how I personally have learned to control stress, anxiety, and worry in my own life. And why is this important to me personally? Well, because I have experienced, probably like a bunch of you guys, tons of stress and anxiety in my life, especially as a young man in SEAL training, when we were conducting training evolutions and buds that were really, really high stress. And if you screwed up, there were high consequences. That's where I really had to learn, hey, we've got to implement some tools to be able to control these feelings, these emotions that we're having, so that we can actually perform. All right. So today in this video, we are going to talk about how I set myself up for the day. All right. Essentially, what does my morning routine look like? And guys, look, I know, man, there's so much crap out there about morning routine. What I want to recognize right off the bat is a lot of the stuff that we hear about in terms of morning routine is stuff that sounds good. All right. Most people they want to tell you what sounds good, right? I just want to simply take this time to tell you what I do, and which is really, really simple. It doesn't necessarily sound good. It's just a really simple process that I go through every morning that sets me up. Why is your morning routine even important when we talk about, well, we're trying to talk about how to control stress and worry? Why is your morning routine important? I'll tell you why it's important for me, because every day when I wake up, my mind immediately jumps forward. It jumps way ahead in the day, and it wants to think about whatever I'm doing that day, whatever the biggest thing is, right? So as soon as I wake up, my mind wants to immediately start worrying about or being anxious about what's coming that day.
I thought that was a very important part because I think a lot of people can relate to that part. So when you first wake up, you know, I know my mind does, it starts already going into farther in the day, you know, so I already start trying to pre-plan the ending of my day. So I thought that was a good little part.
For me, man, it maybe I have to teach a class. Maybe I'm going on a podcast, being a guest somewhere, telling my story, whatever it may be for you. I mean, it can be work-related stuff. You got to reel that in, man. You've got to reel that in. You've got to start the day the right way and not overextend yourself mentally and let that anxiety take over from the time you wake up, right? So that's what the morning routine does for me. It's when my eyes open and my mind wants to think about what's coming.
Hey, Miss Sharon.
The morning routine says, no, hold on just a minute. Back up. We're going to set ourselves up. We're going to do something that's enjoyable, that's going to really put us in a good place right off the bat. Okay. So it's almost a reset from where your mind wants to go. And like I say, it's so freaking simple. And it needs to be, my morning routine, I realize, needs to be something that I can replicate anywhere I am. So no matter where I am in the world, I don't have to be at home to replicate my morning routine. Mine is also short. 15 minutes, man, is about all it takes. It can be longer, but understand, again, all these people that are telling you all this freaking crap to do that, you know, takes an hour, you're not going to stick to that. If your morning routine takes an hour, hour and a half, you're not going to stick to that, man. There's going to be days that don't allow for that. That's just how life is, right?
And that's
so
true.
Starting off first thing in the morning when I wake up, again, this is just what I do. When I wake up, I really, really try my best not to look at my phone first thing in the morning. All right. Unless it's an emergency, unless it's something that, like a legitimate emergency that needs to be handled right then, I am not going to look at that phone when I wake up in the morning. All right. Because what does that phone do? Those freaking notifications on there, all it does is it makes you start thinking too far ahead, right? So if anything, if you use your phone, I use my phone for an alarm. If anything, the only thing I do with that phone is when that alarm goes off in the morning, I turn the alarm off and that's it. It sits face down on the nightstand, right? Now, I get up out of bed. Again, my mind starts to wander. Oh man, what's that stressful thing that I have coming today? And guess how I reel that in right off the bat? This sounds crazy, man, but I make a good cup of coffee, all right? And I make my coffee using a Chemex, a pour over throughout my day, device that you use to make coffee. Now, that might sound silly to you guys, but I'm going to tell you what it does for me, all right? Right off the bat in the morning, the way that I make my coffee, it forces me to go through a process, all right? It forces me to work through a process. If you get up and just hit a button and it all just happens on its own, that's freaking lazy, man. I want to get up and engage in a process right off the bat that's going to keep me present right there in the morning. All right, that process, if you guys make coffee that way, you know it's a process. You got to heat your water to a certain point. You got to measure out your coffee grinds. You got to grind the grinds, measure them out, put the filter in, pour the water just right, right? It's a process. It also teaches me attention to detail. All right, so I'm right off the bat in the morning getting locked into a process where I have to pay attention to detail.
See, and that's important because it's making your mind focus, and that's what he's trying to bring up and point out is you need to get your mind to focus on something on the current. And so that's why I thought this was really useful and thought I'd just share it with you guys.
And another thing that it does for me, man, It sets me up. Just the smell and the sight, the way the coffee bubbles up, and just the kind of foam that sets across the top. It's just almost like a ritualistic thing that involves a process, attention to detail. It locks me back in. I have to pay attention to what I'm doing right then, making that cup of coffee, instead of thinking what's coming on later down the day. All right. So a lot of you guys may think that's crazy. I think it's an awesome way. And it doesn't have to be making coffee. If you don't like coffee, man, do this with something that involves a process and attention to detail that you enjoy, that you're going to be rewarded by. For me, it's making that coffee.
You said
as soon as I get that done, I'm going to spend some time reading. All right.
Okay. Please pay attention to this part. I say that. I don't know. I know y'all are listening, but I thought this was kind of important. This is me. I like reading. I like to actual read. And I liked it when the way he kind of did the example. And I thought, yeah, that's what I've been trying to say.
I'm going to spend some time reading. No, I didn't say I'm going to spend some time listening to a podcast. No, I didn't say I was going to spend some time listening to an audiobook. No, I didn't say I was going to spend some time watching a freaking YouTube video. I said I'm going to spend some time reading a paper book.
Morning,
all right?
Dale.
We have got to the point where we don't read anymore. You know why? Because we are getting dumb and lazy. If you don't read, it's probably because you're dumb and lazy all at the same time. All right? I'm going to open up a book. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to have that cup of coffee that I had just worked through the process to make. I'm going to have it right there. That's going to be a big reward for me. And I'm going to open my book and I'm going to read. Specifically, what do I read? That's also important. I'm not going to read a novel. I'm not going to read something that's easy. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to be reading the Bible. I'm going to be reading scripture. But I think what is important is you read something that engages your mind, that gets your mind thinking and processing and considering something that's good and whole and is actually going to help complete you, all right, as a human being. That for me is scripture. Scripture is my daily bread. When I open that Bible and I start to read those words, it automatically gets my mind turning, all right? It awakens my brain and it gets me considering topics that actually help make me a better person, all right? It's a different experience. It's a different experience when you are reading and processing those words in a paper book than it is if you're hearing them through some form of audio, all right? It engages my brain completely different. And it really awakens me and sets me up. Here's the thing about reading too. I told you this routine needs to be short. It needs to be something you can replicate anywhere you are in the world. Don't set a standard for how much you need to read every morning, all right? For me personally, some mornings, like this morning for instance, today was my day off. I got to read for an hour this morning. All right. It really was really fulfilling and set me up for an awesome day. Some mornings, that's not the reality. Some mornings I may get to read one paragraph or 3 sentences, right? And I may just have 5 minutes to read those few sentences and take a few moments to reflect and consider upon what it is I had just read. And that's all I get. I don't beat myself up for that. It's the point of getting up, working through this process, engaging your brain and feeding your brain with that good stuff that's going to set you up for the day. All right. Now, after I get done with my reading, if I have the luxury, I'm going to do some exercise. Do the best that you possibly can to incorporate some form of exercise into your morning routine, man. Whether that is, for me, some days just a simple stretching routine that takes 3 minutes, literally. I consider that a warm-up. It engages your body physically, right? If you can run, you guys wonder why I love running so much. I love running because it can be part of my routine, because it can be replicated anywhere I am. I don't need a gym. I don't need equipment. All I need is a pair of shoes, and that's it. I can run anywhere, city, country, wherever I am. That's why it's really, really important. Stretching's the same way.
Box, I
Don't
think he
make
reads like
your
topic
morning
points.
routine, the exercise portion, don't depend on that being something that requires equipment. All right. So what we've done right here in my morning routine is we have brought ourselves back present, and we've been intentional about staying present right there when we first wake up and not getting anxious about what's coming in the day. We've engaged ourself, our mind, which is going to be our emotions, and really locked in, staying through that process, attention to detail, working through making that good cup of coffee. We've engaged our spirit by reading the Word of God, and then we've engaged our body through some simple form of physical movement or exercise. All right, that to me is the perfect morning routine. All right, 30 minutes or less. I think that's very, very critical. Don't be lazy, and just make a habit out of this, man. Make a habit out of this. Commit to it. It's so simple, and keep it simple. All right? Don't try to add a bunch of stuff, because the more you add, the less likely you are to stick with it. So keep it really simple. We're going to talk about here in just a little bit, once I finish up that morning routine and I actually have to engage what's coming during the day. How do I prioritize those threats, and how do I work through that stuff? I appreciate you guys tuning in. This is going to be a fun series, and I hope it helps out as a lot of you guys work through dealing with stress and anxiety in this freaking chaotic world that we all live in. Enough said.
So I thought that was real good. One thing I want to do is I'm going to play the second one. So hopefully I don't lose y'all in all this. I thought it was useful information, so I just wanted to share it. I only want to share really the stuff that'll help us. Ain't no point in beating dead horses. So I'm going to put this link in for the next video. There's 3 of these little short clips. This one here is only right at 10 minutes long. Hopefully y'all stick around. Hopefully I don't lose everybody. I thought this was the second part where he talks about dealing with that during the day. And I want to take a quick sec and good morning, Red Dawn. And Hit Gal, I'm so sorry. Was that your granddaughter? I think that was your granddaughter. And I'm sorry I missed it. Where did she go? Yep, I'm getting late in lately. Granddaughter fractured tibia last Friday, so been helping in the mornings. So we definitely want to put Hit Gal's granddaughter in our thoughts and prayers. The power of thought and prayer. It's a powerful thing. And so now this is part 2 of Chad's how to conquer the day like a Navy SEAL. So this is dealing with your day-to-day stuff. There we go. This time it ought to work better when I share the screen. So now y'all enjoy this. This is, like I said, that's right under 10 minutes. I think it's awesome advice. So, here you go.
All right, welcome back. We are going to continue our conversation about how I manage or mitigate stress, anxiety, and worry in my life. If you haven't went and watched the video prior to this where we talk about my morning routine and why it's important, setting us up for a day or setting us up to conquer the day, whatever the challenge the day holds, go back and watch that video, man. It's important to start off at that spot before we move on to what we're about to talk about, which is when we are done with our morning routine, when I'm done, and you have to get out into the world, man, and you have to engage whatever it is that's coming your way, whatever challenge the day holds. Obviously, we have to get into that. So I'm going to talk through that, and then we're going to hit my evening routine, what helps me wind down in the evening. Now, the way that I engage my day is I prioritize my threats. This is a tactic. This is a skill that you learn in the SEAL teams, prioritizing threats, especially in close quarters combat. When you are clearing through a structure, you're going to have multiple different types of threats or potential threats or unknowns in that structure. And you begin to train your mind to walk into a situation, look at what's happening around you, picking out the things that are the immediate threats that you have to engage. Once you engage those things, then moving to neutralize the unknowns, and then moving to neutralize the things that are just there vying for your attention. All right. So I approach my day much like I would approach a close quarters combat scenario. I read my day just like I would read the room. All right. So once I've worked through that morning routine, I think through my day and I think, what is the priority of threat? What is the most important thing that I have to do today? All right. Maybe it's the thing that's right in front of me that I have to engage. Right. And I put all of my effort, all of my attention, and all of my energy into attacking that thing that is most important, right? Take care of that right off the bat. After that, you know, those unknowns, the unknown things, usually those are things that are 2 days down the road, 3 days down the road, maybe a month down the road. Those unknowns, those unknown challenges or situations are always constantly present in my life and trying to work their way into my mind. I am not going to give those unknown situations, I'm not going to give those things any consideration until I take care of the threats that present themselves that need to be handled that day. All right. Once that's done, then I can start to give some consideration to whatever's coming, maybe tomorrow, maybe a few weeks down the road, right? I don't worry about those things, but if they need some consideration, if I can set myself up for success, I make time to do that after I engage what I need to engage that's right in front of me that needs to be taken care of that day. Now, the third thing that's constantly vying for my attention in life, and you guys can probably relate to this, are all the little dramas and all the little nagging things and all the little gossip and you know, those things they will consume you. They will overwhelm you. And it's wild because those things will consume you. All those little dramas, all the issues, right, that are vying for your attention that don't really freaking matter. It's those things that'll consume you. I have to audit myself every day. And I have to audit the people that I'm spending time with in my life. The phone calls I'm taking, the relationships that I have to constantly be aware of those parts of my life because I am constantly making an effort to eliminate those needless things in my life that are vying for my attention. What's going to happen if you don't prioritize your threats? What's going to happen is you are going to be stretched way too thin throughout the day, right? And so when you are engaging with whatever the challenge in front of you is, when you're engaging with that thing and you're trying to overcome that challenge, at the same time, you're trying to think about what's happening tomorrow. And at the same time, you're concerned about all the little dramas and stupid stuff in life that doesn't really matter anyways, right? And so you're never really good at anything. Prioritizing your threats, prioritizing what matters, what you need to take care of in the day, and giving those things, allotting those things the time and the appropriate energy. It's super, super important when it comes to being effective, at least for me. I'm an instructor. You guys know we run live training. When I have a student, when I have a class that's right in front of me, what makes me good at being a teacher and being an instructor is my ability to prioritize threats, right? So when I'm engaged in a class, teaching a student, I'm not thinking about what's happening later that day. I'm not thinking about what's happening tomorrow. And I'm not thinking about any other bull crap that might be coming down the pipe. I am thinking about what we are doing in that moment, and I'm giving my full self to that. So understand, the best way to be effective is to prioritize your threats and engage them at the proper time in the proper order. It really, really works. It's a tactic. It's to prioritize, right? And it helps you overcome stress and anxiety. It helps you stay present. It helps you stay focused and engaged on what matters when it matters. All right? I work through my day. I take all the threats out, give consideration to the unknowns, audit myself on all the bull crap, and then I'm ready to wind down for the evening. Now, gosh, it's freaking hot out here. Speaking of hot, one of my biggest things that I use to wind down for the evening is this little unit right here behind me. That's a sauna. This might sound silly, man. My buddy Jesse Itzler introduced me to the sauna a couple years ago, and I thought it was a silly thing that people with too much time on their hands had to do. And that is actually a lie. Since I have started using that sauna as part of now my evening routine, it has helped me tremendously overcome the stress of the day. All right. So inevitably, even if you prioritize your threats, you engage them properly, some days you're still going to feel overwhelmed before you go get in the bed and you need to get some good rest. Man, I can come up here in this sauna and I can sit in this thing for 15, 20 minutes, and it is almost like it melts all that residual stress that's left over from the day. It's almost like it melts it away, right? And it helps bring me back to present, because I preach a lot about being present to you guys. That's a huge thing that helps me mitigate stress. Well, sometimes to come back to the present moment, you have to put yourself in some extreme conditions. When I get in this sauna, man, after about 8 or 10 minutes, it gets so hot, I can't think about anything except for that heat that I'm sitting in, right? Now that forces me to take a few minutes where I am being present with that heat, right? With that extreme temperature. And I think that coming back to that present moment, that is actually the thing that melts the residual stress of the day away for me. I think it's a huge, huge tool, man. I think the cold water can also be used in the same manner. I look at hot and cold therapy not from a place of physical, the physical benefits. I'm using it more from a place of the mental benefits and helping me overcome stress and anxiety. And at the end of a hard day, being able to use that extreme temperature to make me super present. And man, when you're super present, stress, anxiety, and worry can't exist. All right. All of those things are the result of you looking too far ahead of yourself. So prioritize your threats. It's a tactic. Use it. Write them down if you have to. I don't. I think through them in my mind. At the end of the day, the evening routine, have something at the end of the day that's going to force you to stay present, or to come back to present. That for me is those extreme temperatures. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you took something out of it. If you haven't, subscribe, because again, this is the middle part of this series. Here in just a little bit, I'm going to share with you guys on the third video the top 3 tools that we were taught in SEAL training that helped me overcome extremely stressful situations in BUDS. And we're actually going to demonstrate those things for you guys, so I think you're really going to love them. Enough said.
See, that dude is he's pretty solid. And if y'all are still with me this far, we got one more. We got part 3. And it's the top 3 tools. And I guess let me get that link. And this is going to be part 3. This is the top 3 tools. So hopefully y'all are bearing with me. By the way, Chuck, I don't know if you caught me. I was saying morning, saw you come in. Anybody I haven't caught as you came in, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working for you. Bear with me for about 12 more minutes. And then I can put a link up and we can get this, just shooting the shit about stuff. But this is the top 3 tools that he had learned to use. And so it's just, useful information. It's the way I view it anyway.
You in the deep end of a swimming pool. What would you do if I tied your hands behind your back and tied your feet together and dropped you in the deep end of a swimming pool?
Hey, Chrissy, just so you know, Chrissy Cat, yes, he is retired Navy SEAL. So, and I'll show a thing up where he does his little certificate just to verify.
Welcome back to this series where we are talking about how I manage and have managed in the past stress, anxiety, and worry in my life. I've lived a pretty stressful life, man. I've done some pretty crazy stuff, and I have had to implement and figure out some super, super important tools in order to be able to stay engaged and in some cases stay alive. So here in just a little bit, we are going to demonstrate one of those activities for you. It's called drown proofing. Yeah, we're gonna tie my hands behind my back and my feet up, and I'm gonna jump into the deep end of a 10-foot deep swimming pool and give you a practical example of what it looks like to manage and mitigate stress. Now, I want to give you guys 3 tools right now, the top 3 tools that they taught us in a course called Pre-Buds. You guys, if you've watched the channel, you've heard me talking about Pre-Buds. There were 3 things they taught us in order to prepare us to manage the stress that we were about to encounter when we got to Buds. I have continued to use these 3 things in my life, probably, it's safe to say, on a daily basis, to help me get through whatever challenges I'm being faced with in the day, all right? There are 3 really simple things. I thought they were freaking corny at first until we started doing things like drown proofing and 50-meter underwater swim and all the crazy evolutions that we did in Buds. And these 3 things actually are what allowed me to get.
And if you don't know, when you hear him talk about the word evolution, it's basically like a training session is an evolution. So that's the way they're referred to in that training. Just figured I'd chime that in.
Through them and stay calm and actually perform the way I needed to perform. I want to talk about the first one real quick. The first one is, let's start with positive self-talk, all right? So we actually went to a classroom every day in Pre-Buds and we practiced these things. We learned about these things. Positive self-talk, that means we are aware of the conversation that's going on in our head, especially during moments of chaos, especially during moments that are stressful, especially during doing things that are causing anxiety. We have to be constantly aware of that conversation that's going on in our head. We have to control that conversation. The first part of controlling it is being aware of it, all right? When we see or recognize our thoughts starting to drift to a place where they don't need to be going in the midst of this chaotic situation, we got to reel that back in, right? The way that I personally reel that back in is I just counterpunch it with a positive affirmation or positive spoken word, all right? I'm going to tell myself the truth about the situation, right? And whether that is say I'm experiencing stress or my self-talk starts to tell me that maybe I'm not good enough to do this, maybe I'm not capable of doing this, I will simply tell myself, no, man, you are trained, you are prepared, you are capable, and it just redirects that self-talk in my head.
Alrighty, later, Box. Have a great day. Keep your head on a swivel and smile, sir.
I think another big way to manage our self-talk and get really ahead of it is to be hyper aware of the input. What are we allowing to come into our minds each and every day? I challenge you guys to do what I do almost on a daily basis, and that is to audit what I am listening to, who I'm listening to, what forms of media I'm watching, and making sure that those things are sources that are going to promote good self-talk, that are going to promote the right conversations in my head when I'm experiencing a stressful situation. The second tool that we learned in pre-buds that really helped me, especially again when we started doing highly stressful activities and evolutions, was visualization. Like all these tools, I thought it was really freaking corny at first, and I was like, how is this actually going to work? And when I realized visualization really did work was during our 50-meter underwater swim, which is exactly what it sounds like it is. That evolution was causing me a lot of stress and anxiety, especially when I was sitting there on the pool deck waiting for my turn to go and do this 50-meter underwater swim. And they were pulling my classmates out of the water and reviving them right there on the pool deck because they were essentially drowning themselves. So I sat there on the pool deck. I worked through this visualization process. The way I did it is I closed my eyes and I pictured in my head the perfect outcome on this evolution, right? So I pictured myself completing this 50-meter underwater swim without drowning, and I pictured it in very great detail. So everything, I tried to incorporate as much into visualization as I possibly can.
And I will point out, we did the same thing kind of in fire training, because you have to overcome that into a burning, a hot, dangerous such situation. So you have to run through that mentalness, and basically you're coaching yourself on, you can do this, because it's so easy to let the anxiety and the fear kind of start trying to kick in and tell you that, oh, well, maybe I can't, when you really can. So then you have to just train yourself to tell yourself you can do anything you put yourself to. So
for the 50-meter underwater swim, I'm literally trying to feel the water as it flows across the surface of my skin. I'm feeling and actually engaging the muscles in my lats and cupping my hands as I pull through the water effectively and efficiently. I actually think about and I can feel myself getting a little short on air and what that's going to feel like and how I can control the anxiety that's creating. And I visualized this process on the pool deck and got in, and I did my 50-meter underwater swim perfectly. And I didn't think I was going to be able to do it. So I gained a lot of confidence in the power of this visualization technique right there that day, and I've continued to use it throughout the rest of my life. The keys is to practice it and to incorporate as much detail as you possibly can. And if you don't quite know what the challenge is going to look like, just visualize what you want it to look like. All right. So I want you to visualize your perfect scenario and as far as your performance in whatever the challenge is that you're facing. I'll be using visualization here in just a minute when we go to the pool deck and the ground proofing. All right. So we talked about self-talk, controlling that. We talked about visualization, how I utilize that, do it on a daily basis. I'm going to do it here in a minute. The last one that we are going to talk about is a breathing technique. Your breath essentially helps you stay present. All right, you guys hear me talking about staying present over and over and over again. Your breath is a tremendous tool that you can use to bring you back and be present. It also helps you physiologically. In pre-buds, we learned a breathing technique called 4x4 breathing. It's a 4-count in-breath, a 4-count hold, a 4-count exhale, 4-count hold. You do that for about 4 or 5 rounds. It forces you to focus on your breath again, which brings you back to present, just like we talked about on the last episode in my evening routine, using that heat or that cold to bring me present. Your breath can similarly do that. It forces you to focus on something other than what's about to happen or the challenge you're about to face. Another thing it's going to do is going to slow your heart rate down. It's going to relax you. So physiologically, there are some benefits of getting control of your breath too. It's going to allow you to recover. And ultimately, all those things combined, it's going to keep you from panicking, all right? Which is, if we let that worry, anxiety, and stress, if we let it overcome us, that's what it leads to, is panic. Here in just a minute, when we do drown proofing, I can't panic, all right? It's a dangerous evolution. And if I panic underwater with my hands and feet tied behind my back, there's going to be some severe repercussions. All right. And so I'm going to be following that 4x4 breathing technique essentially naturally while I'm bobbing up and down off the bottom of the pool. I'm going to have to control my breath, and that is actually going to keep me calm while we're working through this evolution, guys. So those are the 3 major techniques that I use, that I learned in SEAL training, that I use to make it through my career in the SEAL teams, and that I use now today to mitigate stress, anxiety, and worry, especially in the midst of a challenging or a chaotic situation. All right, get ahead of it. Let's head out to the pool deck, and I'm going to demonstrate this for you guys in real time.
Do you guys want to watch the pool thing? It's only a few minutes. I think it's like 2.5 minutes long. Y'all want to see that, or I'll continue it. I personally like it, but got to my destination. We'll come back in a few hours. All righty, Miss Sharon. Be sure and smile, ma'am. All righty.
All right, guys. So we're here on the pool deck. We're going to demonstrate drown proofing for you guys. As you can see, my friendly cameraman has tied my feet up and also tied my hands behind my back with 550 cord. We're demonstrating this essentially to show you how these techniques work, breathing techniques. So before I jump in, I'm going to do a couple of rounds and get my breath under control. I'm going to visualize what I'm going to do when I enter the water. And I'm also going to tell myself that I can do this. I know I can do this because I've done it many times before. But no matter how many times you've done drown proofing, it freaks you out a little bit when your hands and feet are tied up and you're about to jump into a 12-foot deep swimming pool. All right. I'm confident in these techniques, so we're going to demonstrate them here for you and give you a fun little picture of what they require us to do in SEAL training. So this is drown proofing and mitigating the stress and anxiety caused by drown proofing. So right now I am thinking about my breath. As I go drop in the water, I know I have to exhale completely in order to get to the bottom of that pool. I'm really thinking about staying in touch with my breath. And once my feet make contact with the bottom of the pool, I'm thinking about how much pressure do I need to exert in order to get back to the surface and get my head far enough above the top of the water in order to get a full breath in so I can repeat the process. I don't want to kick off the bottom of the pool too hard, because that is wasted energy. That's going to raise my heart rate up. I come up, again, I'm touching back base with my breath, getting a big inhale, relaxing and breathing out all the way back to the bottom of the pool. The main thing on my mind right now is staying calm. I have to stay calm, all right? No other choice but to stay calm in this situation. So there's the practical application of the 3 things that we just talked about: visualization, positive self-talk, and taking control of our breath. Drown proofing is a great way to actually apply those things, although I do not recommend you guys trying this at home, all right? Don't go and tie your hands and feet up and jump into the deep end of a swimming pool. Just don't do it, man. Like, I'm a professional, and I've done it before. I was taught and trained how to do this, but just wanted to use that because no matter how many times I do that evolution, it always freaks me out a little bit to have my hands and feet tied knowing I'm getting into a 12-foot deep swimming pool. So it was a great way for me to hone in on those skills that we just talked about. And I think it was an awesome way for me to demonstrate it to you guys. If you enjoyed this show, if you enjoyed this series, right? This was 3 parts. So if you enjoyed this, you got something out of it, man, please subscribe to the channel and share this series with someone else in your life that means something to you, that maybe they are dealing with tons of stress, anxiety, and worry. Hopefully they can take 1 or 2 things out of this series, apply it in their lives. That's why we do everything that we do here at 307 Project, is to help you guys that take the time to tune in. We love you guys. Enough said.
Enough said. Yeah, he's. I mean, I would say Huckleberry. He's definitely legit. Morning, Milkmaid. And that's kind of why I wanted to share it with you guys. Is because I've played it over, a few times, and he's one of the guys I've kind of just used to listen to some of his because I like the way I have a respect for people that I know have been through certain types of situations, and then I can see the character in the person, and so I know that if they went through this and that they're now this character type of person, that's the person that I like to learn more about them, kind of understand more of how they deal with stuff. And it helps me kind of grow. And so I don't know. I always I feed off of people like him because he is legit. I don't go with this grifter thing and stuff. Chrissy Cat, I love it. Rescue, good stuff to practice with breathing and mindset. It does, because it's your heart rate, your pulse, which is basically your fuel pump for your body. You're starting to control that. It is better to say, right, do not try this at home alone in the beginning. Oh, well, I guess he figured if you stuck around to the end to get the visual, then you were there, but yeah. Thank you, Kino. That's it, Josh. Kino just put a link. It's 307 Project is Chad. He's a retired Navy SEAL. He actually does, if you guys, you pew-pews, okay? Awesome kind of training, suggestions, so very versatile. I would say just check him out, kind of go through some of them and see which ones kind of you go, oh, hey, I get it. And some you're going, I don't really get it, So he's a rock solid dude to me. Hey, morning, Nick. Actually, no, it was a total waste of time, Nick. Oh, who are we losing? We're losing. Who are we losing? Oh, Diana. Morning, evening. He was great. I'm going to share him with my husband. This insomniac is off to bed. Love to y'all. Okay, Miss Diana. Get you some rest and wake up with a smile. Yeah, if you go back to the beginning, Nick, I kind of went off on my little tirade. It was just some crazy shit, but I have another appointment set for next Friday for a doctor. So I'm gonna go. This one should be more in tune with. I just want to get my shit dealt with. I don't need to get involved all the other woke bullshit. Someone who never. I'm sorry, man, if that was me. Chrissy. Oh, link. Chrissy. Oh, for up here? Yeah. Yeah, it was just some crazy shit. Hell, I can just rattle off some more. I just won't be as excited this time around. I'm numbing out to it, but they just asked me goofy questions. That the forms have been changed. So some of the filling out was my gender identity, my sex at birth, sexual orientation. And it was ironic because, and race, out of all these questions, you could choose all these little options, or you could say, I don't know, or choose not to answer. But then they kept telling, it kept on the end of one that if I didn't select anything, then they would just mark that I don't know. So it's like under the gender identity, if I just didn't want to answer that at all, like I don't mark anything, they're going to check I don't know. And it's like, what kind of crazy shit is that on a medical form? Ethnicity was only Hispanic and non-Hispanic. So apparently there's no other ethnicities around other than Hispanic or non-Hispanic. I thought, well, I'm sorry, what? How do you medically treat somebody based off of this crazy questions? So it just made me uncomfortable, and I was out of there. It kind of was more tense at the moment. This is definitely the mellower version of it. But oh yeah, and here was the catch. Here's another thing, part of the wording. So see, under race, I had to list something, or it wasn't that I chose not to disclose. The option was refuse to report, decline to specify. And it's kind of like, wait a minute, that's some strange wording. Why would you word shit like that? A checkbox with refuse to report, decline to specify. So, no, they didn't, Huckleberry. We didn't make it that far. But I read that, and then whenever I asked the lady, she gives me this stupid look. And it's just kind of like, whoa, what? It's like, with the wording. So I have to choose either a race, or it's worded that I'm refusing to report. Why would you say refuse? You know, so it was like, yeah, I'll just play this word game bullshit, man. No, it wasn't MD Anderson. No, I didn't go that far. I didn't end up having to go that far. The one Friday should be better. Morning, Rocksteady. And yes, ma'am, I'm getting there. I'm sorry. I went bouncy all over the place. Hold on. Bam, bam. That's the YouTube channel site for Chad, that the guy we were just watching, 3 of 7. And this is his website. So that's the actual website for him. The other link is the YouTube. And before Anti calls that clickbait, it's not clickbait because the URL is actually the name of the link, 3of7project.com. Boom, boom. I'm just picking. If I didn't have Anti keeping things straight, shit, I'd be a cluster. Okay, and there was something else I was supposed to be seeing. What are we doing? I'm sure they deal with dumbasses on a daily basis like that, appease the masses, I think. See, you know, that's what gets me, man. It was the why. Why does any of that matter? Yeah, and for everybody that joining in, Nick and Anna, morning Anna, by the way. I had played 3 different videos from Chad. He's a retired Navy SEAL, and he's got these. And if you go to his thing, you can look through the videos. You'll see them. They're within the last 6, I think it is, 6 or 7 videos. It just kind of gives you little things tools to use. Oh, you're welcome, Chrissy. Chris, we pray, Father God, to touch with healing hands our brother, rescue and restore, regenerate what is needed to be renewed in his body. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Well, thank you very much, Kush. I have no idea other than what does that say in Spanish, clickbait or something? I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm just picking him. Check about 100% on things. Yeah, he's a pretty cool dude, Nick. Yeah, so it's just kind of a. Oh, I don't even. Well, I think bug out's off. Oh, and I did not see Silver Girl. Is Silver Girl here? I have not seen her. Did I miss her? And there's so many people. See, I never know though, because I don't want to sound like all, trying to be all up in everybody's business, but there's just, I don't know, names you get used to seeing and then you don't see them no more. And I hope Mama Red's doing okay. Okay. Yeah, Mama Red. Hadn't seen her since she had to go on family deal. So I hope that's been. Yeah, see, I hope Silver Girl's doing okay. Did anybody happen to see her yesterday by chance? And I got to tell you, Dana, barefoot in Alaska, I hope she's okay. I mean, I didn't even stop getting even responses on the text, and it's like, oh no. Yeah, I don't know where AC is. Hey, James. Oh, and I haven't seen Cashew in, man, I don't know how long. Yep, Possum 1A2. Which somebody said they saw him, well, I guess a little bit ago or something, but all right, Nick. Wake up with a smile. Yes, she is. He mentioned one, but I haven't seen her. Okay, well, Silver was on Steve's. So yesterday, okay, well then that's she's doing good. I saw Cashew last week. She's taking a break. I can see that. She does this so big. And sometimes I just want everybody to know, it's like if I get an email or something, and I've mentioned it before, but different people, I don't always respond to the emails just because I don't know. It's hard to explain, but trying to type what I think, it's just somehow shit's going on up there, and so it's weird nowadays. So it gets very frustrating sometimes. Simple, quick little yeah, no, whatever, that's different. But if I go to put what I think down in writing, that's hard. My mind connecting, there's something going with that. So I don't mean no offense. I read everything. And that's how I try to read something, and I'll mention, I don't usually reference anybody. So I figure the person that sends me the email would get what I said. I figure that's kind of a neutral way of doing it. That way I don't put anything out that might not need to be out. It is the internet. It's the World Wide Web. Well, see, now, Milkmaid, I'm that way, like on something legal, like if this is, I don't know, my mom even used to call it when I'm going to be a sarcastic asshole. Because then I get all detailed, and oh boy, I'll get all up in it then. But to have a conversation, you don't want to flick on the asshole switch just to have a conversation. Just type still topside. Yeah, I could do that. Hey, morning, Summer. How are you? Oh, by the way, if y'all are in YouTube chat, don't forget to go and up to the top where it says top chat and select live chat so you can stay current in the chat. Morning, Mayday. Oh, okay, cool. That's awesome. I had to go look for it, because the last thing I had heard was the strike, so that is cool. So they took it away. That didn't make no sense anyway, damn food trucks and a sunset. Ooh, there's some bad stuff. Crazy. Yes, see, I don't know. I should be in bed. I just lose track of time with all you good folks. Well, I'm glad you're here, Miss Cindy. Yeah, and don't forget to hit the like button. Feels funny when I say that. I don't know. It does look pretty cool. I figure you will if you want to. Don't forget me. Okay, cool. Let's see. Still having some issues from the wreck, but still good and I'm alive. So good shit. Hey, there you go. I'm definitely glad you're okay. You said it wasn't too bad, so I guess so nothing, because nothing got broke, right? I mean, like you didn't. Sorry, because of my mind, I've had so much on it. Because I thought you'd said it was bad, but not bad. Yeah, I could do the Hutch thing then, maybe like, don't be living rent free. It just sounds cooler when Hutch does it. I live across the lake on the east side, but it's only a 2-minute drive to downtown Seattle. Oof. That was very cool of them, Joyful. And yeah, Steve and Nina, they're awesome people. If you haven't checked out when they do their sunsets and stuff and sunrise stuff, man. And Miss Nina, she can cook. She be doing some good food. They're very cool people. If somebody doesn't mind dropping their links. That would be cool. For the ones that don't have it, then they would have a link. Nothing. Oh, damn it, jump. Nothing got broke, but I had pretty serious concussion, lots of bruises, and I'm having a really bad time with my blood pressure. It keeps going down. See, that's not good. See, that's it. And a concussion. So did you, well, I don't want to sound like I'm harping or nothing or bugging you. I don't mean it like that, but did you go get checked out? Because concussions, that's kind of serious stuff. You need to monitor that. It can have an effect even later. Concussions are actually serious BS. And yeah, Cindy, she had a car accident. Chrissy says, I never saw deep fried cookies before. What? Yeah, buddy, take you and get you some batter, take you some Oreos, dip them down in there and drop those things down in some oil. Let them get that little fry crust around them. That's some awesome shit. Oh, I just got it. Never mind. Sorry. I had a brain fart, Chrissy. I just now, when I saw Kino's Nina's link, and it was like, wait, you were talking about that. Okay. Hey, man, I skip a beat every now and then. Okay, where are we? Thank you, Guardian. And Kino. I went to go get a pack of cigarettes and on my way back home, I lost consciousness and it was just bad. But I'm still alive, so God's good. Oh, thank you, Aloha. Hey, Mr. Monty's back awake. Does anybody have some good country health tips to get your blood pressure from being low all the time? To get your blood pressure from being, so you need to bring your blood pressure up. And salt. That's how it'll be though, Summer. See, that's why concussions are real important to monitor, because you can just, and if you wait too long, then I don't know. It's not good. I'll leave it with that being YouTube. I guess I should watch how I say things, but right, Aloha. Moncho up. Yeah, I figured you were just laying back, Monty, because you hadn't said nothing in the chat, so I figured you was probably laying back, listening. Probably fell asleep. At least it wasn't on the way to a cup of coffee, though. That's what I was kind of thinking, Joyful, and somebody else had said salt too, because that would kind of help. And some spicy food. There you go, Tony. Tony says, puff, puff, pass. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. So Cindy said, Summer, that happened to my friend. It was diet related, not eating often enough, not eating healthy. Her blood sugar would drop and she'd faint. It happened a couple of times when she was driving too. Well, and you need to get your blood count checked too, because your red cells could be low. So could have you might actually could get checked for an ulcer. Ulcers can cause that. That's what happened to my wife. Hey, morning, Sage. Yeah, there's just so many. So definitely with any kind of head injury, you need that monitored. And then with the blood pressure stuff, you need if you've got somebody you've been going to, I mean, here I am, boy, doesn't that sound like a hypocrite or something? Hell, I was griping about the doctor's office and telling you to go to the doctor now. So it's yeah, Hans, iron could be low. Yeah, I've just been really tired. I'm about to take a nap for a couple hours. Much love. Oh, God bless. I'll catch you great people later. All righty, Tony. Get you some rest, brother. Wake up with a smile. And that's what we talked about earlier. Garbage in, garbage out. So you wake up with a smile, start your day off on a positive note. Is your chicken soup, candle soup? Can you eat anything other than that? Yeah, I've actually here lately been venturing over into a vegetable beef soup. That seems to go through without a problem. Doesn't cause no issues. I did not long ago. I ventured off into some pizza thing, but I've decided that wasn't the brightest move. So I don't do that no more. I'm not sure if it was the breading or the tomato paste. So I just veer on the side of caution. I'm kind of an easy person, given my past. Man, I'll sit here and eat a damn peanut butter sandwich every day. I don't give it. I'm not a picky person. Just fuel for the machine. That's all you need. Everything else is a bonus. That's the way I see it anyway. That's why I'm easy to please. Well, yeah, Mayday, that's me. But you two, I figured I better say it since I'm up on the screen. Make sure I didn't sleep at Holiday Inn Express either. Chrissy says, Risky, I'm going to get some sleep. Take care. Love to yell and chat. All right, Miss Chrissy. Get you some rest, ma'am. Wake up with a smile. Let's see, Summer. Mayday. Oh, dang, it jumped on me, Summer. Let's see. What we got? Hey, by the way, I just saw Hawkeye chimed in again. Hey, I saw you chime in whenever I was showing that earlier. Hawkeye, how is your shoulder and everything, buddy? Hey, I think man. I know it's here. I just got to figure out where. Okay, let me. Have I tried Metamucil? Yeah, Hawkeye, I have. Although I will say, if I was going to try to do that like regular, and that was like, no, that really, I don't know, made me feel all kinds of weird. It was like a constant stab, and so it's like twice a week, because I don't really numb any solid anyway. Oh, and I just saw Summer said had my, oh dude, Summer, that was just a waste of time. That's some of that woke ass shit. Hell, they changed all my form stuff up, which you can, if you see my full-blown tirade, will be at the beginning, but it's a more mellow version now. They just started, it's like my sex at birth, my gender identity, and then it's like they kept on all the things, your selections, well, you select one of the others, this, that, or the other, but then it was don't know or choose not to disclose. But if you don't answer anything at all, then they would say that you don't know. Oh yeah, and they wanted my sexual orientation. I'm like, what does that guy matter? And then it was kind of shitty wording onto the race. Under race, if you don't put anything, if you either select something in that checkbox, or you have to check refuse to report, decline to specify. And I thought, well, now that's a weird choice of words to use on a medical form. Refuse to report, because see, words are powerful. Words have meaning, and it's kind of like, why would you say it like that? Why is that my option other than the other options where I chose not to disclose? But all of a sudden now it's refuse to report. I thought, yeah, that just sent off little flags for me. So actually on the sex at birth, that was still male or female. And then you had sexual orientation. And then that's where it could be straight, lesbian or gay, bisexual, other, don't know, choose not to disclose, and then if left blank, will mark don't know. Gender identity, male, female, transgender male, female to male, or transgender female, male to female, other, don't know, choose not to disclose, if left blank, will mark don't know. And then under race, it has Asian, American Indian, or Alaskan Native. Like they're the same. I like how they're not separated. It's either one of those will be fine. And then it's African American, Native Hawaiian, white. And after that, it's either refuse to report. So it's like bam. And it was kind of, and then, the ethnicity. Thought this was rather strange. So ethnicity is either Hispanic or non-Hispanic. There you go. There's your options. You're the Hispanic or non-Hispanic. Yeah. And it's like, man, this is, I feel like you're sticking me over in some category. I think I'm going to be treated as, depending on how I answer that, is like, oh, he's one of those. He's one of them. And I just was like, yeah, I didn't go there. And I'm sorry, I better scroll up and chat because I just got on my little tirade and didn't even bother reading nothing. Okay, what do we got going on? Do I even want to know who we put tomato? Well, tomato sauce, tomato, same thing, ain't I? Yes, and with the new energy all around us and within us, it is good to try new things gradually. I've started juicing again, as an example. Lots of sugars I seem to crave. Candy. Oh yeah, I totally eliminated the sugar, and that was that's my second greatest epiphany moment. The first one was when I quit smoking. When I stopped smoking, major. It was like, oh wow. So this is what damn Dr. Pepper tastes like and shit. Hell, this is what my barbecue, man, no shit. The barbecue's really good. I just thought it was good before. Once you get your taste buds back, boy, it really lightens up. And then once then cleaning the sugar out, when this all started, I had to kind of purge. Buddy, that was a wake-up call. Right. Okay, and then Hawkeye said, started physical therapy. I'm in a shitload of pain now. It sucks out, brother. I feel for you, buddy. Okay. Man, I had no idea I missed so much chat. See, this is where Lucky Dame, she like rocks because she just sits here and she can go through the thing. And what's funny is people will say, oh, Rescue, man, you're doing it. It's like, man, Rescue just like wings this shit on the fly. See, and once I get off too, then I have to try to place some of this. It's like all of a sudden I saw Summer with the food. Are you serious? Wow. And it was kind of like, wait a minute, what did I miss? Oh, wait, no, that's what I was saying a while ago. She said, see, man, you just never know. So you're improving, leaving a dorm. Okay, and then there's I need to get caught up with chat. There we go. I'm back. So compared to what it once was. Yeah, Mayday. Well, howdy. Well, none of that Summer even pertained to any of my treatment, but it sure did make me feel uncomfortable knowing that the people that are going to treat me were worried about that stuff. So it was kind of like the other side of that coin. And what's sad is I guess see my age, man. I guess it's my age is what throws me off, and I just don't, because I can't connect. And I guess living in the country and kind of rural, and like hell, if you had asked anybody those questions, people would have been offended. Now it's like, oh no, you're going to need to answer these to get any kind of medical treatment. It's like, wait a minute, what the hell happened? Not to mention, we're talking about the medical field. So I now am looking at a medical facility that wants to know what was my sex at birth and then what's my orientation. And it's like, oh my God, y'all are educated doctors and you don't follow science anymore? Because I thought it was kind of clear. But OMG. So yeah. Like I told that lady, sorry, it makes me feel uncomfortable. It's an acquired thing, Mayday. It was a long learning curve. That's how I ended up there. My button pushing got a little bit more. Now, if we had have already been like committed in, like if I had already had blood drawn and then all of a sudden these things all of a sudden come up, oh yeah, I'd have been in freak out mode then. That would have definitely been a more emotional reaction. By the way, on a side note, just so if I have this, do y'all hear noise out of the mic and stuff? Does it sound okay? Is it quiet? Or I know sometimes I got to remember to mute for when I hit my vape. Otherwise, y'all hear the shh. One day I need to try to sit down and become more, I guess, professional. I don't know, man. I'm almost afraid to do that because it just doesn't jive with me. If I start down that road, well, then by God, you're either going to go all in or just don't. Well, this is like I just sit in the hammock and swing. I try not to actually. Otherwise, then I'd be fully vested. And I don't want to get all frustrated. I know I went off on. As we all know, I support a lot of people. You know all that, right? But like even when people ask me what my pronouns are, I'm like, I don't know. I'm a woman, right? See, that's what I'm saying, man. Life is just. I refuse to let people complicate my life. Sorry, I was already a big enough problem with my own existence. I don't need help from other people. Oh, let's see. So Milkmaid says, can't hear a damn thing. Your mouth keeps moving and stuff, but can't understand a word out of your mouth. Cool. That means I'm talking educated English. If you can't understand me, because see, everybody else can, Milkmaid. So we now have isolated the problem. I now know. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You got to come a lot stronger than that, lady. That weak shit ain't going to fly. Last time I went to the doctor, they wanted to know my sexual activity, meaning health-wise. I would tell them I'm a lesbian. So that would exclude a lot of men, women issues together. Well, see, if you're addressing issues that deal with that, I could maybe, I could see where that might be relevant. But man, just to talk, you gotta, and then breaking that apart like that just made me feel really weird. We have to be able to find another doctor. I did. Summer, I have an appointment next Friday. I had to wait for my disability to come in, but I found another doctor. It's just going to cost. But hey, when I saw that questionnaire, I don't care. I've already stacked up enough chicken noodle soup. I might just not order me any this month, but I have a stockpile. So thank you, Rocksteady. So I understand why they were narrowing down to my health. Them to understand men and women have their own things. Being lesbian is a little different. But see, let me ask you that, Joyful. Would being a lesbian, would that be different for your body, or would it just be on the sexual action that you would be having? So like if you didn't, then if you had something wrong, like, you know, you had a upset stomach, then that wouldn't really matter with you. You know, that's what it's, man, the medical field used to kind of want to address the problem. Now they don't really want to address a problem. They just need to know what category they can stick it in, and then what pharmaceutical they can line you up with or something. Telehealth to another state? What the heck is telehealth? Yeah, Cindy. Damn, I forgot I sent her a link. Hey, lady, how are you?
Good. How are you? Man, I'm having a hard time hearing you. It's probably because of my phone, though.
Oh, yeah. Or it might have been me. I think I was leaning back and I'd come forward. So.
Oh, well, yeah, my phone does weird things sometimes. I'm waiting for my headphones to charge. I can't stay too terribly long this morning, though. Got to run to town.
If you drive the car, it'll be a little easier.
I realized as soon as I said run, man, he was going to come back with that. It's like a hour drive, but my daughter has her lesson, and then I did another jour order.
So I'm good with no driving for at least a couple of days.
Yeah.
Road trip.
Was that a long drive for you yesterday?
It wasn't too long. It's just it's rough, and that's because it's any shock. I can feel that. I guess it's being my lower spine. I can just feel that boom, boom, and oh yeah, that and curves. Oh my goodness! If I sit in the passenger side, then any right hand curve. Oh. Those are gut wrenching. I usually just reach over and stick my hand over on the side of her headrest and brace myself, because I have to hold myself in my seat, and it's gravity is trying to push me. You know, a non-existent thing is trying to push me over there to the center of the car. Yeah. But now when we bank to the left, it's okay because I'm wide enough, and in her car, I'm pretty much shoulder is right up against the inside of the car.
So what if you put like a tank of water in the car, and then that would really pretty much all your problems there, right? Shocks wouldn't be so bad. You just float from one side to the next.
Oh, if I just float in the tank?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that would be really cool. Hell, I'd like to do that right here at my house. I can't even do that in my bathtub. See, you little people just don't understand what it's like.
Little people?
All this stuff was designed for the little people. There's no such thing as laying in the bathtub, soaking in the bathtub. It just doesn't, there's no water in there if I go sit in the bathtub.
You take up the whole bathtub?
Pretty much. And then I still have my knees all drawn up because I don't know what midget designed the bathtub, but it's like, holy crap.
You need a hot tub or something.
You know, and it's sad because I used to have one, had one here for years, and then after, I forgot which hurricane it was. We've had lots, but it was the first one that actually damaged the house and shifted the house because it was that close enough. And
Wow.
believe it or not, the hot tub is actually what kept the house from falling.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, but I'm guessing it damaged the hot tub.
Oh yeah, totally screwed the hot tub up. But so it's a shotgun style house. So it's overall just a single peak roof, runs all the way down, called shotgun style. Well, on the back of the house, I guess it's 20 feet, about 20 feet of it, yeah, is separated. And so it had a porch. I had built a porch, and then there was a room. Well, in that porch was a U shape, and it was where the hot tub was inserted in, and then I had it set down where the top was kind of like lined up with the porch, so that you could just kind of step right into the hot tub. Well, that U shape,
Okay.
that's what did it. When it shifted the house, it would have fallen, except that it wedged in that U against the hot tub, and when it wedged is what kept the house from going anymore.
Oh, wow.
But when it
Jeez.
did, it kind of went on the hot tub. So yeah.
So no more hot tub.
And then there's one of those little, this is what I know everybody probably thinks I make that shit up, but I just have always done everything myself. Would you believe that I actually put that hot tub in myself? A 6-person hot tub.
Yeah, we're kind of the same way. I believe it. I believe you did.
My mom even was sitting there with my wife going, what the hell are you planning on doing? How are you going to get that down this driveway and around the back to the house? You know what I did? I wrapped a tarp around it, and then I literally flipped it on its side, and I literally rolled it, ba-boom, 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 all the way down. And then I reached down and I picked up the corner, and I started walking sideways, and I turned it, and then I kind of rolled it right into the back to the house, lined it up.
There you go.
That's why my brain doesn't operate with the I can'ts. You just figure it out, man. There's a way. There's a way.
I actually did that. I got some shelving units, those wire ones, so I could put, the stuff on it. And I did the same thing. I couldn't pick it up. It's kind of hard to drag it, so I just kept flipping it.
That's it. Hell, when I moved my building, I called a place just to see what they'd cost me for them to run over with them little, because they got those new little dollies that they can just pick buildings up, and move them and stuff, and trailers and stuff. So I was like, shit, man, they were like astronomical. I'm like, yeah, that's okay. So I just kind of rummaged around the yard, and I got some, actually I cut down a tree and used part of it. And then I used some PVC pipe. And then I took some 2x4s, and I literally created a little platform. And then I took my truck and a dolly and chained to a tree, and I just drove with the truck, and I pulled the building over.
Oh, we did that one time. I built this hoop house for my first chickens and my first homestead. Well, I built the dang thing and then realized it was too heavy to move. So we ended up getting, I think it might have been PVC pipes, but we did the rolly thing. And my kids were littler then. And they would grab the back one and run around and put it in the front. And we just rolled it along.
That's it. There's a way. There's always a way. There's a way. You just got to think it through. Look at the tools available, figure it out. Snatch blocks come in real handy. You want to move shit around. Throw a chain around a tree over here and a snatch block, go over to this tree, throw a chain and a snatch block. Next thing you know, you can drive one direction while you slide a building and stuff a whole nother. It's just
redneck ingenuity. That's right, Huck.
That's why I'm a man. We're built to do things. We can do anything we put our mind to. And oh man, Aloha Prepper, that'd be awesome. Although, yeah, I could float.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I'd be very comfortable in the Pacific Ocean, though, to be honest.
Why is that?
Yeah, because see, this is that part. It's like when I worked offshore, they used to make, because it's like, I ain't jumping in that shit. I'm one of those Jaws kids. I was a Jaws kid. That's all I can say. I was a Jaws person. And then common sense started to kick in, and then I started hearing things, and I love it. I think it's an awesome view. I personally would love to be, if I was Elon Musk,
Right.
to hell with shooting rockets into space. I would be building me a clear spherical type bubble thing I could go down the Mariana Trench in and be able to see everything, because I would want to know what's right here.
My daughter, when she went down to Mexico, they went swimming with sharks. There's this area, but the sharks didn't have big mouths. I can't remember what kind of shark they were, but she was so excited. So she's like me. So she goes into the water, and their friend was there, and the friend was all freaked out, but the most dangerous thing were the stingrays that were all in there. So they had to like walk by shuffling their feet to scuffle them up so they wouldn't accidentally step on one. And they ended up, she kept trying to get close to the sharks, but because she was shuffling, they wouldn't come close. She was all bummed. She did get to pet one though.
It's cool. Well, see, and I'm not, I guess what it is I'm not, I guess I probably could do scuba diving.
Mm-hmm.
Because then especially if I had like a rebreather, then
Right.
yeah, because I'm not like scared of what, I don't like swimming in that body of water, because I don't know, it's like when we did survival shit offshore. One
You're
time.
just scared.
Well, it's this neck thing. So you're floating from
Right.
right here, and it's like you cannot see, a whole world is underneath you, and you have no
Mhm.
idea what is looking at you, thinking that you look like one good little nugget.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, I used to tell people, going, we feed that. That's the food chain down there. Our scraps literally go down and go there, and it's literally the little fish gets eaten by the little bit bigger fish, by the bigger fish, by the bigger fish. Next thing you know, I'm using the crane over here to winch up a 9.5-foot tiger shark. Well, gee, I wonder where that came from. Well, I don't know. And you want me to voluntarily jump into that water? BS, buddy. My toe will be on the last piece of metal that goes underwater. That's what'll happen here.
You're more likely to get killed by a donkey, statistically.
What? Really? Because
I read it once.
say that to the last guy that was out there scuba diving. How many people scuba diving have died from a donkey? See, I would like to know that statistic.
Well, statistically. I didn't say that, well, there's lies, there's damn lies, and then there's statistics. So you got that going for you.
Oh, there you go. Now Aloha's got the thing. Yeah. A heated pool or jacuzzi. She must have a nice building.
My first baby, I gave birth in water, and it was incredible how it helped. They made me stand up at one point, and I was like, oh my God, it hurts. And I sat right back down.
Oh,
But it does take the pressure off of everything.
I've wanted to. And I was going to go up here to the lake, but I'm just not sure on getting down there to it, because there's no like good little docks. It's just natural stuff. So
I've always wanted to go swimming in one of those, actually, what are they called? Quarries. They all have the same color. Have you noticed that?
oh, like in the mining quarries.
Mm-hmm. When they end up getting filled up, and then they're like super deep.
Just depends on what they were mining for. What the heck? Oh. Sorry, I was confused on something. I was trying to do something, only I couldn't figure out what was wrong, and I was actually looking at the wrong thing. That's what it was.
So you're saying you get confused easily?
Oh. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I should stop picking on you.
No, I do. It's just, and sometimes, I mean, I don't mind because shit just happens, but now some stuff bothers me, but it's nothing with y'all or anything. It's stuff I know. So, and I think I've told you before, I think I've talked about appearance. It's like some of my programs that, I mean, they're my programs, I have them. And yet I go to do them and my brain, the thinking part. Somehow I keep repeating. Yeah, I'll keep repeating the same thing, and I don't know why I get hung up on stuff like that. That bothers me. Okay.
So what you're saying is you're a simple man.
Very.
I give my husband the hardest time because he keeps saying he's a simple man, but man, he is complicated in just about every possible way.
Well, see, but no, see, hold on. No, see, that's okay. So here's where the confusion lies. See, simple men that are very simple seem complicated to other people because the way the other people think is what's complicated. Y'all try to think too much into shit when things are really simple.
Oh man, you should hear the arguments over this carnivore diet, man.
See, what is a carnivore diet? You mean you're finally going to eat some meat?
No, you pretty much only eat meat and liver and eggs and stuff like that. He did that to lose weight because he's always been built like a linebacker, you know? But that also means you put on weight pretty easily. He can just look at a bowl of rice and put on 5 pounds. But he did the carnivore diet and he's like, well, but... So I'm like, okay, you've got these options. You got pork, you got beef, you got chicken. Okay? But for some reason, it's hard for him to understand that there's only so many ways you can make that shit. He goes, but I'm a simple man, but I don't want to have beef 3 times in a row. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I just realized I ranted.
By all means, rant away. I'm sorry, I don't know what all I'm doing.
We know.
Monty wanted to come up. Joyful was wanting to come up.
All right. Yeah, I can only stay, like I said, a little bit because I got to get everything ready before I got to move the cows before I go into town.
Oh, you moving grazing?
Mm-hmm. They pretty much wiped out my front field. I didn't rotate them as well as I should have. So my grass takes longer to come back. There's a science to it, an art even. But it's been so dang hot, and for some reason that really messes with me.
Oh man, that's right now. This is the coolest it's going to be, I think, for 2 days, and then we're right back into 100 plus.
Yeah.
It's like, man, oh man.
Well, I know Nikki laughs at me because I'll talk to her sometimes and she'll be like, I'll tell her what the temperature is, humidity and stuff, and she's like, ha, you're funny. That Texas heat.
Bink, bink.
What?
Well, you got Monty and then have Miss Joyful. How are you, ma'am?
Joyful.
Hey, Monty, Joyful.
It is so beautiful to see you.
You got Monty. And
Yes.
Miss Joyful.
Yes.
I mean,
How are you?
Uh-oh,
I'm
getting
really
sick of
well.
it.
It is so to see you. Sorry. Sorry. My bad. My bad.
Oh, you're fine. I just was letting you know, or whoever it was. I didn't know who it was.
There we go.
I
That's
got
it.
something.
You-
I got something for Milkmaid.
Of course you do.
Of course.
I can't imagine what it would possibly be.
Oh, come on. That's
There we
courtesy.
go.
That's courtesy any anti-et Jack.
Yeah.
What a doll.
Oh, and
Actually,
I meant to say morning to Wings of Faith. Oh, Lord. What happened?
something's messing up for Joyful.
Was it that? Okay. It's sad because all of a sudden it's like a roar, and it was like, oh, what? I think it was Wings of Faith. I was going to say morning to, and I dang it, there was somebody else, but I skipped a beat. So I'm just going to address everybody. Good morning, good day, good evening. Thank you for being around, hanging out. Sorry if I missed you as you came in. Okay. So how are y'all?
Salute. BR549.
So what does MM stand for?
My initials.
Oh, gotcha. I was so
Actually, well, I'm not going to type them, but anyway, it's everyone. There's three of those, just like that.
Really? Excuse me.
Yeah, that's why it throws me off in chat when people go MM, and they're meaning you, but that's my initials. And when they do that, I'm like, how do they know my name?
I always shorten people's names because my thumbs get tired of typing. Or I give them nicknames, like Ghetto's Tootsie, because he doesn't like feet. So that's why his nickname is Tootsie.
So he doesn't like feet. What does he walk on?
It was from a while ago. He just got all freaked out by somebody showing their feet. That's why Zach will always show him his feet if he's on the same panel.
Or Ghost will
Wiggles
say
his toes.
Candy toe jam.
Oh yeah, back then too.
Hey, how is it, Nikki? There's Nikki. Do stuff with Nikki. How are you, ma'am?
Hey, Nikki.
So glad to see you. This is
Oh,
the second time now, so this is awesome. She has 11 more babies now.
Aw.
Hi, Nikki.
And yes, Miss Summer, I saw that. That was awesome.
Congratulations, Nikki.
Nikki.
Oh, I figured you were bowing, Nikki. No. You were just bowing on by.
Like a curtsy.
Yeah. Actually, it says be the reason someone smiles, and it made me think of you. That's why I wanted to tag you, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah, well, I think with my channel, it's kind of weird because the channel name is The Rescue, REZQ. But people say they find it by doing Rescue SandLot.
Yeah, because when you type it in, it's a whole bunch of different options. Maybe if you change the Z where the S is and put Z in there, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how that YouTube platform.
When people have searched for me before, you can't find me unless you put cow next to it.
Maybe that's why I couldn't find it. So I did a video yesterday, right after Steve, and I showed a cooking show, the one with the ostrich and the camel. I showed not even it was 45 seconds of clip. It was blocked. They blocked my video, so I'm trimming it, and it's still in the process of trimming on the YouTube side on the studio, and yet they got me for a David Crowder song and the
Oh man,
chicken song, and I still got to clip those out, and I'm like, I just want it to be seen. I'm not cared. I'm not monetized.
about the copyright.
Right, it's a copyright claim, but I just want the video to be up on there for the algorithm part, you know. And it's taken it's taken 12, 14 hours now to clip that out.
I
Oh,
can't ever
man.
clip mine. It always tells me they're too big. So that's my channel link. And if you notice how at the end it says the rescue, because that's what they made, but they didn't like they wouldn't let me use the username rescue back when they first started YouTube. So this was what I got
Okay.
stuck with.
Oops, sorry.
No, you're not.
Morning, Karen.
Yeah, yeah.
No, she's not.
Your
It seems
rooster
like when
tells-
it comes on, there's roosters in the background, but it's
I
just
love
wonderful.
roosters.
Are those door babies out there?
Nope,
Uh-huh.
it's-
because the rooster tells the truth. He disagrees with her anytime she says anything like that.
Well, the rooster also keeps her connected because she's noticed that when the rooster doesn't ever say anything, she always has problems with the shitter net. But the minute that the rooster chimes in, it works just fine.
Yeah. Well, he's
So the-
outstripping the birds these days. The
Yeah,
wild
the-
ones.
The rooster gets full internet access.
It's his come. Yeah, he's on a roll this morning. Occasionally
say.
you'll hear my yard pig grunt when she walks by.
He must have had his Reese's peanut butter cups.
Actually, Wizard sent me a picture the other day of like the ultimate Reese's peanut butter cup, but it's all peanut butter. I can get behind that. They finally realized the error of their ways.
No, they have the one where it's still chocolate and peanut butter, but it's a thin layer of peanut butter up on top.
Oh, well then that's
Yeah.
no good.
And then they also have one that's called the Reese's peanut butter mallow or whatever. It's a thin layer of marshmallow or up on top.
Oh my word, really?
They got some with
Yeah.
peanut butter chips, or not peanut butter chips, but potato chips. And I'm like, so people are up there in the office going, "Here, man, we got to come up with some more ideas."
They must
What
have
was
been
it?
hanging out with Hunter.
Lay's potato chips, they do all those crazy flavors sometimes. Like, they had a cheeseburger flavor. And I can't remember what else. There's been some wild ones.
Summer said her cat's looking for the rooster.
Yeah, she had mentioned it back there, but we were in the middle. You were in the middle of talking, so I didn't want to say anything. But yeah,
Mayday,
Why?
they're kind of
You interrupt me any other time.
oh, psh.
Mayday. They're kind of like mallow cups, but they just got a thin layer of mallow on top, but you still got the chocolate and the peanut butter down below.
I used to like those when I was a kid. The mallow cups, with the marshmallow in there. And I gotta say, as I got older, I was like, just give me the chocolate and the peanut butter
Chocolate.
So
and
I
peanut
guess one of my favorite things when I was when I was a youngin, like 3 or 4 or 5, it was moon pies.
butter years ago.
Yeah, moon pies. And so that was my nickname there for a little bit.
I remember moon pies.
Still is.
Yeah.
Still is my nickname by this one older gentleman in a town over there in Missouri.
Moon pie.
Hey, moon pie, what are you doing? Golly. Nah.
The
Yeah, when I
nicknames
was
we come up with.
When I was in the Army, they called me Bam Bam.
Bam Bam.
Bam, bam.
I used to have that on the back of my flight jacket. Even they had it made. That's like me.
This one guy that my husband went to school with, they called him Cupcake because he had like a curl in the middle of his forehead, and all the ladies thought he was so good looking. I just thought he was adorable because he's a little bit shorter too,
So
But he's a badass. But his nickname is Cupcake.
nothing wrong with being a cupcake. You be a badass cupcake.
Right?
Oh,
The
Oops,
rooster
what
quit
heck?
crowing.
How did it all switch around?
because you blinked out and came back.
That was strange.
Gosh.
Go over there and kick
Yeah.
that rooster.
My nickname used to be Boogie.
Boogie.
Had nothing to do with dancing, by the way.
Ah.
Hey, look, Summer says she gives out moon pies when she does her house outreaches.
Aw.
So
Oh,
is, the
she
truck,
bought 2 cases.
is the trucker strike still in effect?
There's going to be a railroad strike,
Yeah,
Yeah.
supposedly on the 18th.
tomorrow, isn't it? No, 3 days.
Yeah.
I ordered 2 things from 2 different companies. If they can just hold it off for 3 days, I'm good. I'm good.
Well, is what you ordered coming by railway?
No, it's coming probably by semi. Knowing these, so it's supposed to be UPS, but then somehow it still connects in with the United States Postal Service, and I'm like, just drop it off my door.
Oh, that's because, UPS uses the postal service,
Yeah,
especially in rural areas, to do deliveries.
they're mad
Hey.
just because I don't spend no money on any forever.
Morning,
stamps.
Randall. Hey, I haven't forgot about you on that either. I gotta wait for my disability.
Yeah,
That way,
rock steady.
Boogie as in booger.
I find it shocking that you would even be,
Did I be what?
now you're so sweet and so kind. And
Well, thank you.
Time?
It's taken a long time to get there. Wasn't always that way.
Was.
With
Yeah,
it.
although I was actually listening to that on Sage. He was covering that issue pretty well. He had somebody come up right as I was having to leave, who worked for the rail lines, and he was saying like they just don't have enough people, and gosh, what else? They don't have enough people. There's backups. They're making them work. The corporate or whatever is doing some sketchy stuff with their downtime, and people are quitting left and right, or violating policy so that they'll be fired. Then you can collect unemployment and go work somewhere else. It's not so stressful.
I don't know where that's going to be right now.
have you been?
Morning, Wizard.
Sorry, Joyful.
Milkmaid, have you been doing your show from the past?
Oh, the canning?
Yeah, you were doing these amazing shows back in winter, and just kind of getting caught up with everybody.
Oh, they weren't my shows. We used to can with Ghost Prepper, and then he kind of took a extended vacation break, I guess. And so Virginia Roots and I and a bunch of other people who canned, we were hopping around on different channels, continuing the canning stream where we can stuff and then talk while we're waiting for it to finish. And then Sophia B, she kind of helped take over being a spot, because I can't stream from here. My internet's so bad. I did it once back when it was better, but it's just gotten worse and worse. Until I get better stuff, I can't stream. I've kind of been taking a break from those because my internet just doesn't work. They're still doing them though.
Can somebody drop Sophie B's link? Because she's actually canning tonight, isn't it? Yeah, Friday night.
I haven't. I feel bad because I haven't been reaching out to her and stuff, but I just, starting about Friday night all the way through Sunday, my internet just almost doesn't even work. I have little bits and pieces where it magically works, but
I was thinking it was tonight.
yeah, I think she was going to do them Friday nights. I know JR did one.
Oh, there we go. Ran and put it down. Yeah, because I think,
Thanks, Jen.
yeah, tonight at 7. So Friday at 7 p.m. Or at least that's Central Time, because that's going to show me for mine. So that'll be 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific.
Actually, Ghetto was telling me something about, I can't remember which night it was going to be. I think it was Saturday night. He might do something like that.
Morning shift kicker.
Hey.
Good
yeah,
morning, everybody.
They're fun to do. I just end up staying up way too late. I'm not a night owl.
Yeah,
You all mentioned that it's a lot of energy too. I can only imagine with kids and then trying to can. Wow.
Oh, I actually don't have that much energy these days. But yeah, most of my kids are grown now. I only have one left at home. And she's 16, almost 17.
Hey, Milky. Kush Soleil says, can I ask what Sophia does in the show? I figured.
Yes, she actually does the canning and cooking. That woman actually does some pretty badass dishes in the canning world. That's just not canning like chunks of food. That woman creates whole dishes that are ready to eat meals. She's actually, I love everybody else on the panel and I enjoy what they do. Sister Marie, Jan, Milkmaid, all of them. But I got to say, Sophie B's was the anchor for me. But I think it was the chicken cacciatorias when it got me hooked. I was like, oh man, look at that. That looks so awesome. She's there because they'll do it and then they all hold their stuff up. So you get to see, actually, it's just not, you're just not listening to them talk. They show it. And man, they come up with some awesome dishes.
Her dishes are really cool. Sorry.
And Random and...
Well, yeah, that's Jen. Oh, you got JR.
Yeah,
you got Sister
JR.
Marie. Mm-hmm. You got Milkmaid, Virginia, Ghetto. Indy's actually getting into it now too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's surprising. Oh.
Yeah, it's cool. We've gotten a lot of people to start canning. Heck, we even got Bashida to can.
Yeah.
He didn't do it on a stream.
That's who I was thinking of. I was like, there's someone just recently just got a canner.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think did Wingnut just get a canner?
I want to say he had one, but he hadn't used it in a while. I mean, a lot of people are pulling out their old stuff or stuff that their moms gave them and starting. Tiger can too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Grumpy.
Morning, Grumpy. Morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Grumpy.
Pressure canners, Summer. They're called pressure canners. There's pressure cookers and there's pressure canners. Sometimes they're one and the same, but you don't can in a pressure cooker. You only can in a pressure canner. They sound like Dr. Seuss.
Just like a water.
That's just important to remember. So it's important to remember there's the cooker and then the canner. So the canner can do the cooking, but the cooking can't do the canning.
Exactly.
So
And water bathing is totally different.
Yeah. But you don't need a special thing for water bath canning. A lot of
Well-
people think you need a special one. You just need
Yeah,
a rack and a big pot with a lid.
Right. See, okay, so what my mom used to do is, and my dad, when we go into canning season, they use the water bath to sterilize the jars and whatnot and everything, you know, to get them hot and sterilize them, and then set them off, let them cool a little bit, and then
And that's the crazy thing. If you're pressure canning, you don't actually have to sterilize the jars. They just have to be clean. But if you're water bath canning, you have to sterilize them.
right.
But he canned ground beef
yeah.
and
Oh,
then
and
ghee.
go ahead. Yeah, ghee. I think ghee is kind of, from what I've picked up, ghee is the starter kind of thing. It's useful. It's a good starter. It's basic.
Yeah, and you don't have to pressure can ghee. So I mean, it's kind of one of those things where you learn how to put something in a jar. You know.
Yeah. Wingna got a distiller, but he had said something, but it might have been that he had the canner and just needed to get the seal or something. There was something because he got that distiller. Man, that distiller wasn't cheap either, and it just keeps going up too. Because I check it every now and then. That's kind of funny because I thought about one of those because that is kind of useful little tool to have if you
Oh yeah.
It
Well-
has versatile uses.
I looked into getting one because I wanted to get a nice one, right? I'm really cheap when it comes to a lot of things. Like my clothes are all secondhand pretty much, except for under things or socks. But when it comes to certain tools, I want to get good quality. I'm willing to spend the money once, cry once.
Oh,
And-
shoot.
Jelly and jam.
Sorry.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I hit one button and it went over to the next tab of YouTube.
Boy, Billy did his little walkthrough of his garden, and man, his little thing just looks so cool. And those strawberries.
He's doing a great job.
Man, he produced a good little bit of strawberries already out of that one little patch. And forgot how many half pints he said he made after. It was 5 or 6 or something. I know he's already ate one, a whole jar.
No. Oh, good, Summer. And I would add, Summer, if you're going to do big bags of rice, do beans with it, because between beans and rice, you pretty much have a complete meal and flavorings and stuff. Plus, they're easy to store and they keep for a long time. I think that's why that's the main thing that people push to begin with. That's why I do it.
Don't forget the freezing before you store them. You got to freeze them. That
Yeah.
tip.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying. You can explain it better.
Oh, sorry. No, you can explain it, Monty.
No, I was just mentioning it. You go right ahead.
Yeah, you want to freeze them, put them in the freezer for about 3 days, and then take it out and let it thaw, and dry out pretty good, because you're gonna have some condensation. But what that does is that kills any of the bug eggs, because people don't realize they still have bugs on their food. But like weevils and stuff. Like I just found some weevils in one of my little jars of grits. I mean, they won't kill you though. You can actually just kind of pour the water in, and then bugs float up, and you scoop them off.
Ew.
We've had some of those
most
in
people have
bed,
eaten a spider in their lifetime.
especially
Yep.
when you're sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
So random Jen says, I have tomatoes from the garden. Probably dice them. Not sure if I will add anything to them. Hey, I can see right now, since you've already got them out of the garden, then just go ahead, put them in the fridge for a day. But if you were going out to get them off the garden, I'd say just take a pocket knife with you so you can slice them in a dash of salt. Half will come back, half won't make it. It's kind of like going. Yeah, can't walk by tomatoes, man. I don't know how people can pick tomatoes and not want to just munch down on them. Although I don't now, but it was
Right.
good then.
Yeah, Aloha's right. Dried lentils and split peas, they do cook faster, and you don't have to soak those. But if you get, if you're just starting out and everything, learn how to soak and all of that fun stuff. Yeah, Aloha probably has a point. You don't need to freeze them if they are going in a bag with an oxygen absorber. I do anyhow.
Well, I don't know, whatever you just said or somebody said, but Wizard went into freak out mode. It's like, no, I hate you dead, no. It's like,
Okay, Wiz, you're gonna have to clarify for us.
yeah, you have to specify the panic, otherwise we don't know what you're panicking about.
Maybe it's about the weebles.
Oh, it was, or when you said something about just adding the water and letting them float to the top. Maybe that's what it was.
Oh, it could be. I'm not as particular as a lot of people. I have my things in particular about botulism. I'm extremely particular about that. But everything else, eh.
And I will say,
I don't know.
Aloha said something up here about if you use an oxygen absorber and Mylar, then you don't need to freeze.
Yeah, I think she's referring to the fact that if they hatch, then they're just going to die anyhow because they don't have oxygen. Or perhaps it prevents the eggs from hatching.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's what spider eating.
Oh,
Wizard, just so you know, most likely you swallowed a spider and
Yeah,
didn't know
you're-
why.
Who the hell is confusing me now?
well, it sounded to me like that. Huda told somebody that AC had a unique voice, but the other guy, well, I think Huda thought you might have thought that they were talking about you being the other guy, and now Huda was trying to let you know that they weren't saying that you were the other guy.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm confused.
Yeah, I know. So am I.
Well, yeah, it sounded like you had to be there.
AC joined me up on my panel yesterday morning.
Oh, yeah?
Goodness. Between Eric R and Deplorable Chicken Hen, my sides are still tender. Man, they was bantering back and forth. Eric's up on panel, and I mean, just cracking me up.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, Giggles.
Yeah, Summer.
Hey, Gigs. Sorry.
Hey, Chuck Giggles. Summer, I buy it in 25-pound or 50-pound bags, but
Good morning,
I have some
Giggles.
large freezers, so when they're not full, I've got one shelf that I can put two 25-pound bags on, but a 25-pound bag or even a 18 or 12-pound bag should fit on a freezer shelf if you don't have a whole bunch of stuff.
I haven't heard Milkmaid's Rooster lately.
Am I breaking up?
No, it came through. Just haven't heard the rooster though. But to throw on what Milkmaid was just saying, Brandon put up Summer, yes, 2 days. Let's sit a few days before storing in Mylar bags with the O2 absorber.
See, I go 3 days, which actually reminds me I need to switch out my bags. I've got like a stack of bags that I need to freeze. So I have to mark up on the calendar to remember to go there and switch them out.
Hey, Chuck.
Because we've kind of been stocking hardcore recently.
May I ask you a question? milkmaid. I want to understand ghee again. I used to know about it. I was looking every time I go into the store as a butter substitute. Is that correct? How does that? What does it taste like? Because I've been using Smart Balance as an example.
Okay, so what ghee is basically clarified butter. How you make it is, now you can buy it at the store and it's stupid expensive, and it is a substitute for like a cooking oil or like putting on popcorn or whatever. But and some people substitute it in recipes, although I think that makes them very, very rich and kind of expensive. But you heat the butter, you basically kind of bring it to a simmer, and when that occurs, the butter has the oils in it, it has the milk solids, and then it has water. So when you're heating it up, the water evaporates off, the milk solids separate from the oil and drop to the bottom, and all the oil in between, that's your ghee. They use it a lot in different cultures and stuff, but it's shelf stable versus butter you have to keep kind of refrigerated.
So it's something that you can use without refrigeration, basically.
It'll last.
But as a butter substitute?
Yes.
Interesting.
I mean, it depends on how you plan on using it.
What do you think of the flavor of it? Do you
I like
use it at all?
Yeah. In fact, I got a nice little burn on my hand the other day because I put some ghee in a cast iron pan. So I was making steaks, and when I went to put the steak in the pan, it splashed up on me. But I use it for cooking primarily.
If you'd had a Reese's peanut butter cup, you would have cat-like reflexes, and that wouldn't happen.
No, not tea. This is not how this works.
I tried.
Now, we'll say.
So is it good with steaks?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Joyful. What?
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, I do it all the time. Don't worry about it. Seriously, what were you going to ask?
Yeah, what were you going to ask, Joyful? That's what she's wanting to know, was what you were going to ask. It cut off a little bit.
Yes, I was just wondering if it would be good with steaks, stir fry, because I keep seeing it and wanting to explore it.
Yeah, I mean,
and
that's what I use it for. Aloha's comment there pretty much sums it up. I will say it lasts longer in the refrigerator, though.
Thank you, Aloha. Can you refrigerate it, or should you keep it on the shelf?
I keep mine on the shelf. As long as it's done well, because I make my own, it's way, way, way cheaper. It'll last a long time. But like any other oil, it can't go rancid every time. Just saturated fats like that, the way that they're chemically structured, they last longer on the shelf than non-saturated fats. Summer, I will say, like, you can watch the canning streams and you'll learn a lot, but the best place I've ever learned canning from was Gilbrook Farms here on YouTube. She has a Canning 101, and that is where I learned the basics and understood the process. And then Homesteading Family, they have some excellent canning videos as well. And those are the people that I learned from before I ever started canning long ago. And I always refer people to them because they explain things extremely well, step by step. And then you can always come on stream and people will walk you through it.
I've heard about the medicinal properties of ghee, so it's kind of piqued my interest, if you will. Yeah.
Hey, morning, Sister Marie.
I'm not familiar with the medicinal properties. I know coconut oil does. Maybe that's what she was referring to. Yeah, Han Solo. No, Wizard, I just leave mine on the shelf or on the counter. I just always make sure I use a clean spoon, so I'm not introducing bacteria each time. Like I won't double dip with it. Thank you, Kina.
It's the little things that count.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, am I talking too much, Rescue?
You
No.
bet. Oh, no. Just
Yeah.
enjoying your knowledge. Absolutely.
Oh, I don't really consider myself knowledgeable, honestly. I just try to share the stuff that I have stumbled along with. But alright, I can stay for a few more minutes.
I
and then
learned
have to run.
so much from all of you. Yeah, you're mentioning that you had to go.
Well, and a few. Gotta get these cows moved.
Such an honor, though, to be here with you. It's amazing.
Thanks.
A familiar voice.
Oh, thank you. Get myself some
Oh,
lemonade
yeah.
real quick.
Lemon's a good smell. Jen. Random. That's it. Yeah. Some soap.
I was going to say about the rock hounding on Red Top, since we're talking a little bit about that, Milkmaid. It's a good challenge for an adult, but there are geodes up there. I don't know exactly where you live, and so if you look it up, it would also be very good to do some research in terms of how to actually harvest the stones.
Okay.
When I went up in the summer, and that was probably the worst place I ever gotten eaten alive by mosquitoes. That's why I brought that up, is to bring repellent. But you were talking about your son, being alive. He could probably do it maybe on a cooler day. Just take your time and pace. But there are areas. I did this way back in 2016, and so it's hard to know what areas get really picked over. And that's
Can you
kind of
repeat
the
what
thing
that was
about
again? Because
sites. But
my headphones died right as you were speaking, so it was switching over to speakerphone. I missed what I was looking for.
I can repeat. No one minds. Just let me know when I can.
Oh shoot, I can't hear. Hey, Rescue, hold on. I'm going to back out and come back in.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, it's really buffering. Everything's buffering a lot right now.
It's a buffer
On
deal.
StreamYard, it seems to
That's
be
probably, yeah.
buffering.
Yeah, because Tony's even saying that it's buffering intermittently for him.
Yeah, here it definitely is buffering on StreamYard.
Oh, that's why we keep tripping over each other.
Yep.
Well, that sounds good. So, can you hear me now, Milkmaid? Okay.
It's not you. It's my phone. I'm looking at the speaker part of it and realizing that maybe it needs cleaning. Because I put it in my back pocket and it does get a little dusty.
Right? It's like everything needs cleaning in my house, it seems. Having pets and me. But yes, Red Top Mountain is a wonderful lookout. And there's this structure up there where someone actually lives in. It's like one of those fire looks. So there's a great view there, but there's also a section where people go and do geode hunting. And
like the geocache stuff?
Yeah. Yes. And
that's cool.
When I went in 2016, we found it. Gosh, rock hunting is like being a forensic scientist. And the beautiful thing with your son being so young, to encourage that, because it will really expand his intuition and his creativity, where he'll just get like a feeling and start, going for the stones. But you kind of have to dig, and you have to bring hammers with you, because there's a little bit of hammering involved to break them from the rock structures. So this was back in 2016, and I was really fortunate to find the ones that I did. And you know how people pick out areas? So by doing some research and seeing news on rock hunting and Red Top for geodes, whether people are reporting, this place seems to be really picked out, kind of thing. But that's it's kind of on the eastern side of the mountains. And again, like I said, I don't know where you live, so it might be like a day trip or, up there.
We're out in Virginia.
But I went up. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it would be a bit of a trip for you.
Is this where is this?
Close to mountain? Red Top Mountain. It's in Washington, the Cascades.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a bit of a drive.
So I thought maybe it might need some clarification, because you were looking for a trip. But you can go along the shores and find agate, and I call them the whiteys, and crystals and all kinds of wonderful things. But if you're looking for geodes, that is one place.
Quartz out here. One actual stone that I find is really cool, and I think it's mostly in Arkansas. I want to say it's in Arkansas, where Ark Wildman is. It's that black. What's it called, Monty? Because I know your face lit up.
Are you talking about the place where you can go and dig out diamonds and stuff?
No, not diamonds.
About onyx or shale?
Not those either. It's forget what they call it, Arkansas black rock or something like that. But you can use it to start fires. It's like a
flint.
Sorry?
Flint?
Maybe it's flint. I'm not sure. Oops, I didn't even see.
We have those in Flint Hills. Well, east. Whatever. This camera's reversed. But in Arkansas, there is a place where you can go and you can dig forever out in these fields, and a lot of guys set up their little contraptions and everything to sift through it and everything else. And if you find diamonds, you get to keep them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh. One guy.
I think I know you.
By the way,
Milkmaid,
Summer.
Do you live in Washington?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I was just going to ask Summer if she had ever heard of Bear Independent, because she does the trafficking survivors, and that's what Bear Independent, while he is the prepping and all that, but that's one of his focuses with his church is also the kids from the trafficking and helping them on the recover side.
Yeah. I like his work.
Yeah, I saw her say something about it a while ago, and I figured I'd just mention that for her. So now y'all go ahead. What were you saying, Joyful or Milkmaid?
I think Joyful is speaking.
Yes, I love the idea about the canning for kids. Do you live in Washington, Milkmaid?
No, I live in Virginia.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Golly, for some reason I
that's all
thought
right.
you Wani. And so I'm
Crossed
talking
over
about
Virginia.
here locally. Yeah, I thought you were here in Washington. Never mind. I don't know any good places where you live, where there are geodes. But so the geology could have some similarities, but it'll be kind of different, unfortunately.
There's a lot of
So-
igneous, I think it's called, rock out here. And basalt. Because when I was looking at soil minerals and stuff like that, apparently you can go and get rock dust from quarries and you can place it on your fields, and it has a lot of the minerals that your soil needs. It takes a long time for it to break it down, but it's just something you can put there to help replenish them. It's pretty cool. I haven't done it yet though, especially with diesel the way it is now. Goodness.
I hear you there.
Thank you, Kino.
One of my rules of thumb when I started rock hounding is find the lover stone, which is quartz. Like gold
Oh, we got that.
grows in quartz, silver will grow in quartz. So if you start out with the whiteys, as I call them, because they're milky here in Washington, a lot of our quartz and agates, etc. It kind of reminds me of what happened in the Great Lakes. But if you find the lover stone, then you're going to find action, because that heat happens. And you're going to discover minerals that would be quite surprising. I've been in locations where there's just slate and it's really boring. It's gray, it's flat. You can make a sidewalk of slate, for example. But you're not going to find like the treasures that kind of make your heart sing. So I consider quartz the lover stone because it blends with so many other minerals and precious stones. So we have a lot of quartz here in Washington. I don't know about your area, honey, but that's just a little clue.
That's cool.
Yeah, the lover stone. Yeah.
Well, we'll
You
find
betcha.
we'll find it within rocks here and there. Like when I was a kid, I collected rocks just because it was cool. You know how kids have pet rocks? I definitely had some. Usually they were ones shaped in funny ways.
Summer, Kino put a link up for Bear Independent, and then Kiss Off, you poor thing. So Kiss Off said, my knee is still weak and gave out. Planted a tree in the yard. I had to slide from the yard to the porch. I looked like a baby whale hunting in water.
She has quite the sense of humor.
It's too much.
Scooch.
Well, I'm sorry your knee gave
Just
out.
getting out, picking up a stone is good enough. It's extremely grounding, I have found. And some of the hard times of my life, a lot of my family away from natural causes or accidents. Being the sole survivor of my core family, the stones really helped me on many levels. So I find it a great activity, and everyone has their own taste. And your stone is the most amazing stone, and it is. It absolutely is. because it connects with you, and it could be meaning the rest of your life. I've got a whole treasure trove while I was rock counting before COVID actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I stopped hiding and started kind of doing the big research like everybody else's, because we had lives before all of this, before we came together, and the stones were the things that I was doing. Golly sakes, allowed me to appreciate silver. So I invested in silver as an example, but I had never had the consciousness had I not seen them in the quartz crystals. And I take my Garmin metal detector wand and, hold it over these stones and discover that I was actually picking up also gold and silver.
That's cool.
And then I thought, the fiat dollar, all they have to do is fill up the colors, but it takes blood, sweat, and tears to make an ounce of gold or an ounce of silver, which is ancient. The silver and gold has held the test of time in its value. And so my appreciation for these kinds of investments came actually from counting. Aside from just healing my own soul and a lot of family, getting out of a relationship that was over.
Yeah.
So it starts
Have
with
a
the
good day,
stones,
Josh.
man. You better keep up.
If you don't mind me interrupting real fast, Aloha was telling Summer that I said you can buy Classico spaghetti sauce jars and then buy the canning lids that fit the Classico jars. I would not recommend pressure canning in those, though. Those I would use for, like, if you're dehydrating food and you can put the canning lids on and then vacuum seal them. That was what I was kind of talking about with that. I just wanted to make sure nobody pressure canned in those, because that would probably not stand up. The thickness of the jars is not the same.
You have a good day, Josh. Be sure and
Sorry.
smile, buddy.
I just wanted to clarify on that.
Well, Aloha
Good to
says
clarify
Costco
this.
sells Classico spaghetti sauce jars. So if like 3 jars for $6 versus ball jars empty might be $12 for a dozen. At least you get the spaghetti sauce first.
Yeah, but don't pressure can in those.
The glass might actually not hold up to the same temperature. There wouldn't be they might not have made that glassing on those jars to be comparable to the canning jars. So that might be where you might end up with a crack or something.
Even if they say Mason on them and stuff like that, like some people will go to craft stores and pick up jars because they look the same, but unless they're specifically for canning, you kind of you need to be mindful of what Rescue was explaining, the thickness of the jars. They're made to withstand the pressure, if that makes sense. Hopefully canning jars are.
Hey, what's up, Angry?
Hey, Angry.
The wizard mentioned, as we go back and forth on topics, hey, why not? I have a piece of the Earth's Mantle Overlean, industrial name, gem quality, called Pyrite. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Peridot.
Pirate?
Overlean is very common in meteor. Super interested in meteorites because correct, wizard. Give me thumbs up on that. It can also be found in meteorites, which is extraterrestrial stones, which is really cool.
Oh, wow. Jen, if it's stained, are you talking about the colored ones? They actually do make colored canning jars. But I mean, I don't think that unless it's labeled for canning, I won't use them because I just don't want to be canning like 2 pounds of meat in a quart jar and then it breaks because it wasn't designed for canning. I mean, but I will say this. I have taken a Classico jar just for shits and giggles, put the lid back on that it came with, put water in it, and put it in the canner to fill up a space, and it sealed. It was kind of funny. I just wanted to see if it was doable. It was just a fun experiment. What is that?
Is that candy? Candy?
Is that a lure?
Oh no, it's a fly for fishing, I bet, right? Crayfish fishing. Oh, now we have another subject of fishing. I have to ask you, Milkmaid, is that you in that picture? With the cow?
Are
you there?
I can't hear. Let me go see if my headphones
That's-
are charged.
Yeah, that's Milkmaid and her cow.
Very cool. Okay, I've wondered that. Beautiful. And
She
of course,
is
there's
the
the
milk-
darn rooster there to right.
Right? Hey, Kush, you have a great day. And thank you for the fellowships and blessings in Jesus.
Thank
You have
you,
an
Kush.
awesome day. Many blessings, sir. And thank you for your thoughts and prayers.
Thank you, Wizard. Peridot. Drop the T. Peridot. Peridot. Do you love fish, Monty?
Huh?
Apparently. Is that like crawfish for fishing? Or your cruise?
It's just an old lure.
Okay, now I can hear y'all.
Random, you might could use the 30 green jars for like rice or some kind of dry good. That'd be safe.
Yeah, what I do is I just use them for like stuff I dehydrate. And then I could use an oxygen absorber, but I just use a vacuum sealer attachment for a like a vacuum sealer. They have jar attachments that you can also use a brake bleeder. Plug that thing on, and then you don't have to deal with vacuum sealers breaking all the time, which they do.
Oh yeah, Angry had a strike on his channel, so he's down and he has a backup. He has a link in it. So he got a link.
How do you
for
get
it.
a strike?
Because
He was sharing a video off of Facebook, if I remember correctly, what he said, and well, they didn't like that. So
because he got too angry.
We live in fun times.
Right?
good old YouTube.
I love the sarcastic channels like JP Sears that don't get taken down. It's fantastic.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with this channel.
What?
JP Sears.
Oh, I love him.
Well, no, he's just one of those commercial ones, so they have to tread real carefully whenever they go at him because there's our lawyers ready. There's money to back that shit up. They know people us. We're just little users. We ain't got the legal force.
Just like United Spot.
Well, I think the way he makes money off of that is he does paid advertising instead of
Right.
the YouTube.
Kind of like the commercial, not commercial, but the comedians like Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura, and a few of them that do independent commercials. Yeah.
Advertisers.
Right,
Mhm.
right. Yeah.
He said he got hit with medical information.
Oh, of course.
The good old misinfo. Well, see, you must have already gotten a warning before, Angry, because I've got a warning over medical info. Or no, was it the Was it? Oh no, I think mine was the election because there was just the misinformation. I said the E word too many times.
Wizard, I haven't actually done my own brake change. I've helped with them. I bought it specifically to, like it's mine. It's my brake bleeder.
Joyful hit the wrong button.
Oopsie. It happens.
Well, yeah, Wizard too. She helped with the brake job because she stood there and wondered if he was done yet. Are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you done yet? So she helped.
You know what, Rescue?
She was called a motivator.
You smart ass. My hands fit where his hands don't. And he'll bring me out if he can't figure something out because I'm more mechanically inclined, which is pretty sad.
Mm-hmm.
The worst was trying to do a power steering pump change in a Honda Pilot. And man, was that hard because I didn't have the strength. I could
I'm sorry.
fit my little arm in there, but I didn't
Say
have
that
the
part
strength.
Again? You just didn't have the strength, you weak little thing, you poor girl.
Mm-hmm.
Bless her heart.
I know my limitations.
Oh boy, Kiss Off said, Rescue, you wasn't on, so I watched your first shows before I found you. I am sorry, ma'am. But yeah, I haven't deleted any of those, so yeah.
I don't think I've watched your first show. This might be fun.
Man, it definitely was that was the coming out of the shell kind of thing. I was coming out.
Here he is. There he goes again.
There we go.
But there's no Dusty, so there you go.
Oh, he's lurking.
Oh, you think? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear that robot coming through?
Yep.
Sounded like it said, "We're going to take over the world." What?
We're going to do it.
Joyful, I think something's wrong with your...
Oh, I thought it was
Okay.
milkmaid.
I'm not sure if I can, if I'm reading that right. It says, I changed my husband's oil in the bedroom last week. Probably
what?
that's what happened to my freaking knee. So, Kiss Off said, I changed my husband's oil in the bedroom last week. Rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off. That's why what happened to my freaking knee. Bah. And it's like, but wait a minute. I'm still trying to get with the husband's oil in the bedroom part.
You can't figure this out, Rescue. Come on.
Well,
and she was rolling on the floor laughing her ass off, so that's probably why her knee hurts. Just saying.
But you changed it? So what went back in?
Might be a euphemism. Like investing in dong.
like anyways, I'm
Sorry.
No.
Well, I just thought it was funny because it was the changed part. It's like, so wait a minute, what the hell went back in?
Yeah.
I get the draining oil part, but wait a minute, you changed it. So what went back in? This is like some kind of Fauci thing or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Joyful's microphone might be having
Robotic.
issues. Mm-hmm.
Shall I? How's that sound? Is it weird?
Oh, it's working now. Mm-hmm.
I got booted off. It's like, okay. I got the StreamYard, some kind of. Fortunately, I had the link copied. So, Monty, are you going through your lures right now? Have been fishing?
Kind of sorting some of these out, yeah.
Desiring to?
Huh?
Yeah. It's relaxing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Milkmaid
it's not
or
scorching hot.
rescue, do you ever fish? Yeah, I hear. Do you like fishing, Milkmaid or rescue?
Ma'am?
I have caught exactly one
Do
fish
you
in my
like
lifetime.
fishing?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I used to. I hadn't been in a while. Can't really do it now, but I'm going to try to go before long. Money, I was taught a month or so ago, or when you were talking about it, Money, when you ordered them lures or something, I pulled my fishing pole out and I just got to get out and mess around with it. Then I got to figure out a way to get my hover around there to the creek. And okay, so no, I don't. What does that mean? So clue me in. So here we go. The neck in the woods. So Kissoff says, Rescue, you never did an alternator. So where's the connection with the alternator?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, well now I don't feel bad. I mean, hell, you're a youngin'. If you don't get it, then okay, I don't feel so bad.
Oh man, my sister was so bad. Like, y'all think I have a gutter mind sometimes. She was worse. I couldn't have a normal conversation without her saying that's what she said about 5 times.
Oh, jumping
Well, she
bones.
said.
So, but an alternator. Just don't get the connection, but I'm getting there. But I get it now, but.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Did she put a connection?
Well,
Photoshop.
Then she did another. She said that, and then she said "jumping bones!" exclamation.
Yeah, see, changing his oil.
Well, that was him. And then I guess for her, it's the alternator.
She got bones?
Well,
Oh, no, never mind. I see what you're saying. Took me a second.
well, yeah. Well, and I got that aloha. I just didn't get the connection like the first one I got. That's why I made the pun with the changing part. But the alternator, I'm like, wait a minute, alternator.
So what you're saying is you never paid attention to the alternator.
I guess I was more direct.
He
I mean,
froze
that's
up.
how I ended up with kids. I was just more direct. There was no ethanol in my tank. It was straight leaded gas.
No, I do that
I am
literally,
refraining hard.
actually. Like that person was like, okay, well, it's a mystery to me. And then it was like over my head.
Alternator
Oh,
charge.
Anti's
Alternator
talking
charge.
about testing the 9-volt batteries. So see that? Okay, I get that.
Alternator charges the batteries.
Yeah, kiss off. I finally caught it. Took me a second. It happens.
Yeah, oh, jeez. I was like, okay, well, we're paying attention to chat. And it was like, okay, yeah, it is kind of a mystery because I've done a lot of fishing. I've had a lot of success.
So
You know,
the
I'm
alternator
good at crabbing.
is
can
the
do
little man in the
crabbing.
boat.
Darn right.
The little
Literally.
man in a boat.
All right.
Anatomy joyful.
Oh my gosh.
Ah, thank you.
Well, this
Oh
took
my
a hard
gosh.
left.
Yeah.
Man,
Well,
it's
no,
hard
I
to
was
keep
just- it was
clean.
the
It's hard to keep
alternator
it clean. I just want
I
to
got
put
the
it out.
connection. So it was like, okay, alternator making the motor run. And it was like, well, wait a minute.
So basically, Rescue, you took your boat, you held onto the side, then you rocked the hell out of it.
Well, no, you got the little man in the boat.
Flicking the bean. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Lord have mercy.
I feel like I'm flustered.
Morning,
a little.
Michelle.
Uh,
Morning,
But
Michelle.
anyways, I am good at crabbing. I can do that. Dungeness, tried the blue crab of the East Coast, king crab. Worked. That's my area is crabbing.
Wizard. Wizard of all people's hand, we all need Jesus.
Oh, you know he's sitting over there laughing his ass off.
Oh, I know. He's wanting to type it, and he does his little.
Oh yeah, Matter of fact, we probably ought to have to dial 911 for him here in a minute because he's going to start stroking out, and we aren't going to know it because he's going to be bombarded with
again?
so many comments. He won't know what to do. Morning,
I gotta stop.
Oh,
Purple Pop-Tart eater.
Oh man. See? Now I can't hear something without. It's bad.
No.
Without what?
Going down the wrong gutter road.
Right?
Well, I don't know, Wizard. Was it blue crabs?
Huckleberry.
You say you never had crabs. King crabs. You're muted, Joyful.
Pineapples.
It's always the
You're
same
muted.
As long as it's not
You're
eggplant.
muted.
I am not.
No,
Or
Joyful
zucchini.
is. She was talking, but she's muted.
Sorry, I was looking at looking at chat. Huckleberry says you need a flip flop. Not sure what that means.
Wait a minute.
Strokes out happening.
Wait, where'd you see that? Oh. Oh yeah. What about the flip flop on money? Where? You're muted, Joyful. Let me see if I can unmute you. Nope.
Oh no, we started out talking about really fishing, and then they changed oil. And ultimately,
Choking out his head. Right,
Holy
where's
water
your-
everywhere.
I know. Where's Von Erich? Where's Von Erich when you need him?
Man, this is where those forest firefighters that come in with the big jet or plane, they just dump it. That's what we need right now with holy water.
Right.
So,
Smoke jumpers.
Wizard.
Crickets.
Oh
Good Lord.
gosh. Oh man. Oh, my sides are still sore from yesterday. Peaks.
I didn't say anything about that, Wizard. I just simply said you haven't had crabs, and I said blue crabs, king crabs.
Oh my gosh. Oh my.
Oh no, everybody's jumping in on this.
Oh yeah.
Or if you can't goof off occasionally, I mean, come on.
Hey,
Go on.
morning, Miss Brenda.
Go on motorboat. I have before. Come on, people.
That might have been a reference. Are you going fishing?
No, I know a
Man.
motorboat.
Well, but I mean, you are messing with fishing lures, so that could have actually been a reference. Are you going out fishing? It can go the other way, but I'm just saying.
Uh-huh.
What's that country band that sings motorboating?
You're muted, Joyful. There you are.
It just looked like he was so happy, with his little crawfish. And it was like, oh my God, he fishes. And he's going to his tack box, hanging out with us. Love that.
Mm-hmm.
Love that.
Oh, Lord have mercy, Anta.
Many.
Uh-oh. I can never click on those links, so
Yeah,
I like
okay.
it when the live chat happens. Then I can
Oh.
go back and...
So you're saying this is one of those that I need to go make sure it doesn't have the live chat?
Oh my.
Do you turn those off? I was wondering about that.
Oh man.
I did. I have before.
Being
I haven't here lately.
Well,
I didn't know
thank
they
you,
had
because I
that
can finally go back and...
Sorry.
It just depends on
Wonky's
what all.
laughing.
It depends on what
I'm sorry.
transpires in the chat. On if
I'll
it gets
quit.
pretty intense, like if there's some drama stuff that
Argument.
goes in, then I'll delete
okay.
that one, because otherwise it
Gotcha.
was getting brought up, and so
Hear that, chat? Don't fight.
Who's fighting?
nobody nowadays. That's why I don't delete them anymore. But that's
Oh.
why I was cutting off the chat replay, because oh man, you'd go back, because it'd be with some of those nights when it's kind of like, okay, look, everybody just inserts, but man, a lot gets said in chat, and text does not put things in context. So
Mm-hmm. Understandable. T-Dog.
better get with your
All right.
doctor, they'll hook you up with the lotion.
Got like 3 more minutes.
No, the MM stands for the initials in my name. I told you this yesterday.
Yeah, mini money.
That's usually my name when I pop up in here, kind of like the real McCoy. Y'all know already my first name. I mean, come on.
I know a person who has the initials POS.
Well,
His
not
parents
me.
didn't quite think that one through.
My initials are MMM.
I'm not telling y'all what my initials are.
It's already
Secret.
it's already milkmaid.
Oh, I mean my real ones.
Oh, Aloha says, have you read your fortune cookies by adding in bed to the end of the fortune thing? No.
Oh,
I haven't-
no.
I haven't read a fortune cookie, though, in a long time.
Yeah, me too. It's been a while since I've gone. My son, Aloha said that she had peanut allergies the other day. My son has peanut allergies, and he went and ate some kind of Asian food that had a peanut sauce in it that he didn't know about. Man, he didn't even call me either. I was pissed because he doesn't have his EpiPen with him. They're probably all
wow.
expired too.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, his mouth started tingling and swelling, and
Now,
Oh,
is
by
that
the way-
something that you need
Milkmaid
for?
Devil Dog wanted to know if you replace the filter on your brown cow so you get chocolate milk now.
no, I haven't done that yet. That would be an interesting thing to do. I actually dried her off, so I'm not milking right now. It's kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. I miss the milk though. I have to buy it. It's
Ooh.
not the same.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't feel very comfortable when you go pay that price when you actually have it sitting at the house.
Right. Well, she had been dealing with the mastitis, and I'd gotten her cleared up, but I wanted her to put her energy into growing the next calf and putting on weight because her health matters to me.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Is
I
that,
went ahead
does
and
he
just
need
dried
an
her off.
EpiPen or anything like that?
He has an
You know, is it
EpiPen.
that
We
that's
haven't
severe
actually.
for him?
Yeah, it's pretty severe. I mean, it's not just hives. He'll swell up, and his breathing gets difficult. When he was little, my brother accidentally fed him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and he
Now we see it. Now
he
we
ended
see
up.
it.
Well, we ended up having to go to the hospital. It was pretty freaking scary. I learned to be able to
Wow.
recognize
Oh, honey.
that. Well, and he's also, the other thing he's really allergic to is Timothy hay, Timothy grass.
Yeah.
Wow.
Um, yeah, because my daughter's got hamsters, and you know those little green balls that they feed hamsters? Well, they're primarily Timothy, so I would have to buy the hamster special food because he couldn't even be in the same room as the hamsters with their little Timothy hay ball thingies.
Morning, Lisa.
And then he was playing soccer, and he freaked out because I guess there was Timothy grass there, and he was running around, and then all of a sudden couldn't breathe.
Aloha said I can usually catch my allergies with Benadryl. My kid has an EpiPen.
Yeah, I think having an EpiPen on hand is a good idea. Even expired ones, they don't work as well, unfortunately. But anti. But I do keep a stock of Benadryl.
I'm hoping that EpiPens. Do you? Yeah, they've got to definitely make that more affordable for humanity.
Yeah, it's that stupid branding.
So expensive. And a prepping thing. Imagine being around other people, like if in a situation where I was bugging out, EpiPen is one of the things I've wanted to get. Actually, I don't have any allergies, but what if someone did? And I've been with groups of people where they have reactions to things like bee stings, as an example. So
yeah, we've got people allergic to bees. Sorry. I have a friend who he has like a overactive histamine reaction to a lot of things. So his wife one time told me, she was a nurse, she goes, I could literally pinch that man to death, so he better not piss me off. Because even pinching him could do like a histamine reaction.
It's something that no one brings up in prepping, is having EpiPens available for folks.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to get them because you have to have an allergy, and you have to get a prescription for it. But I think the reason being is it's epinephrine, so people could use it as a drug.
Well, yeah, and it's high as shit too over here. That's one of the things that Trump was changing, was because he saw that how just across the border they pay less than we pay, and it's like, nope, that ain't gonna work. But then, of course, when the potato head gets in there, that's one of the things he signed away, going, nope, stopping that.
Yeah.
And there's some, Aloha is actually one of the preppers that preps like the medicines and stuff like that and thinks long term. And there's several that have been bringing that up, because more and more people have been bringing that up, especially since India has started ruffling their feathers more, I guess you could say, because if they what is it that comes from there, milkmaid? It's the
Are
main
you talking
compound.
about ibuprofen?
Well, yeah, and isn't that filler powder that they basically use in the pills?
Oh,
a lot of
I'm
pills,
not
isn't
aware.
that where that comes from?
I'm not certain. I know Germany is having a problem with getting meds right now. I read an article recently, like simple over-the-counter meds like ibuprofen and that kind of thing. And I don't know if y'all notice this, but every time I go to the store, if I go into the medical supply, first aid and that kind of thing, I can't find hardly anything.
It's going to get shorter and shorter as time goes by, too. Good morning, Chris.
Oh, was it? I thought they were more like $100. I could be wrong, though.
Yeah, no, they were astronomical. They were bad. A major ripoff.
Yeah, I keep the expired ones as well. Did a little research on that. I'll leave it at that. But I do need to go get some new ones. The problem with expired ones is the potency goes down. So it may not have the same effect. I actually had a talk with a EMT guy about this.
Well, I think a lot of that stuff, I mean, almost even with the food too, there's that expiration date is that total safe boundary line. And then, it might not even change any characteristics for 6 more months, but during a batch that they did, there was one, so they went ahead and lowered the limit to this, saying, okay, no, it'll just expire. Food's the same way. You got food that's just fine, actually, for months afterwards, because it was just a safe bet. And you got to remember,
Well,
we
yeah.
are in a society where you literally put labels on a dryer cord to say, don't get in the shower with this and use it. So just realize the warning labels, then you start to realize the expiration dates are kind of just as extreme sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's something to be said about having a level of caution. Like when we were discussing botulism last night, my husband and I, and he was like, it's, just get stronger. And I said, no, it doesn't really actually work that way. It's not like regular bacteria. We consume that bacteria that produces that toxin all the time on your vegetables, on your meat, and your honey, all that stuff. But it's when it's in an environment where it can grow, an anaerobic, non-acid environment, where it releases the toxin, and that toxin is the same thing that's put in Botox. The BOT part being botulism, but it paralyzes.
So are you saying all these women are infecting their butts and that's why they're getting big?
And the lips.
No, but
so
sorry.
do they take the toxin from the puffer fish? Because that, hey,
No. No, they grow botuli. From what I understand, they grow botuli. They collect the toxin or refine it somehow, and then they inject it in the muscle group, say in the face, to relax, so that the wrinkles smooth. And that's what Botox is for. But they also are starting to use it in medical applications too. I can't remember what. But basically it paralyzes the muscles for a period of time. But they can screw up and then you're dead. Am I roboting?
Back in the kiss
Rick,
off
do you
back
hear
in the
anything?
day. Don't tear that mattress tag off. Oh, I don't know what's Joyful's. I'm sorry. She lags sometimes.
Oh, it's just everything went circles for me. I didn't know if I was
Like
roboting.
dose for 150 pound. Oh, wait, what? Aloha?
There was a
Saying something about
lull
the
in
devil.
our conversation. I was answering something in chat, I think.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Ibuprofen. The wizard was talking about destroying it, being a generation destroyer. Destroys
damages the
generation.
liver.
I remember. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
I was just
Hello.
talking about ibuprofen. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I thought ibuprofen.
Yeah, that was the one drug that I got an injury and it was prescribed to me, and boy, it made me so sick. So I realized that was one thing that I couldn't take. But the wizard was talking about it, how it destroys the liver. So I kind of concur to that. What are your thoughts on ibuprofen?
I think it can, if
Ooh,
in
look at
excess,
Wizard
it can
dropping
damage
knowledge.
can damage the liver. If in excess.
I thought it was the kidneys.
Oh, is it the kidney? Yeah, it's yes.
I don't know.
One of those.
It messes up your liver too.
Probably both.
When I was having
I
to
was
take a lot
thinking
of
that too, Rescue.
when I was having to take a lot of oxycodone and morphine and a whole bunch of other stuff, everything, they was having me come in and do liver panels to making sure that I wasn't taking too much.
Hey,
Of course, they
Rescue.
kept my
Ma'am.
nose.
I'm gonna have to hop off. I need to get going.
Okay, ma'am. Well, be careful and have a great day.
Yes.
Thank you for coming up and hanging out.
How are you
Thanks,
hopping off?
you too.
Angry conservatives down there in chat.
Sorry.
I said, how come you're hopping off? Angry conservatives down there. He's the only one that can hop.
Well, you know, Angry and I could do that like thing where we tie our legs together and we could do like a 3-leg hoppy walk thingy.
Potato sack race.
That would work.
Oh,
She said it, not me.
I bet. No. Damn it.
No,
how you-
no,
You know
I
what
just
it
wanted to know how you were planning on doing that.
no. I get what
I
you're
bet we'd
saying.
smoke the whole field. Yeah.
But how are you doing
Yeah.
a 3-legged
See y'all
race
later.
with Angry?
Because he only has, and he's got a prosthetic.
Right. So, okay. So
3 legs.
his one leg goes strapped to her leg. Well, no, that's only 2 legs running.
He'd have to leave this prosthetic, but we got
You'd
it.
have to you'd
We
have
can
to
carry it
strap
and
the
whack all
nub
of our
to
enemies.
your leg.
He'd... Well, yeah, that would work out great. And then he could grab his prosthetic, and anybody that pisses us off, we can just smack them on the head.
What the hell?
What do you
Unleash
think,
the
Angry?
samurai sword.
No trick.
I think we could do it. Anyhow, I'm gonna hop down. I'll be in chat for a bit as I'm doing stuff.
All right, man.
Bye,
Have
y'all.
a great day.
She's gonna be. In other words, she'll be right back. She's gonna be listening, so she has to get her Reese's peanut butter cup fix.
That's what it is. She just need to get off so we don't hear the crackling of the package as she opens it, smacking of her mouth as she's eating Reese's peanut
It's
butter
been an
cups.
honor, Milkmaid. Yeah. Absolutely. I saw you holding up that It
What?
was a squiddy,
It was a
Monty, your lure.
It was a
what?
crawfish, crawdad, whatever you want to call it, mug bug.
But you, what? After that, there was something that looked like a little squiddy.
Oh, I put a new skirt on the jig.
Skirt. Yeah. Lures I find very relaxing to work with, actually, even though I'm not really good at that word that we were talking about earlier. Better at crabbing. But yeah, definitely. Oh, great. See
You
what
can
you
take
pull
a-
out.
You can take a pop bottle or a beer bottle cap, drill a hole in each end, attach a couple split rings with a treble hook on one end, then bend it over. An instant trout lure.
Right. Oh gosh.
White bass too when they're
I
running.
think it
Yeah.
might have been that I just didn't have the heart to catch one. I got to get into that sort of space where I'm determined. Have you heard of buzz bombs by any
Yes.
chance? Okay, on the saltwater kayak point where I live here in Washington, and
I'll be right
I
back.
got some, but I had to release the fish that I caught. Yeah, but I loved it because it really connected me to just the moment,
Right.
which was the part of the show. What do you do? Earlier, what Rescue brought up, how to get into your space. Somebody's just doing something like throwing a reel and a rod out there and fish. If you don't catch anything, I found it kind of fulfilling. So
Yeah, it's one form of meditation. Stress relief.
it is stress relief. Absolutely. After the cup of coffee. I do have to agree that saunas or jacuzzis are awesome. It's like one of my favorite things. when things get better for humanity and we have more prosperity, I've been thinking about either getting a one built here where I live, a jacuzzi or a sauna. I love hot water, but then what the gentleman was saying in those is there's nothing like cooking yourself and you sweat out the toxins. Because I think our minds create the toxins, in our bodies, and you can sweat it out.
Kind of like a
Grew
sweat
up
lodge.
with one in my home. Absolutely. I've done sweat lodge with Native Americans. I'm really super honored that I was even invited because it was pretty intense. The ones that I went to, they did the blood thing where they do the bloodletting kind of thing. I wasn't not Native American in any sense of the word, but that were there, there was like rituals that they were. I did 3 sweat lodges. Oh my gosh, you guys, you want to talk about getting it? Yeah, the ones I did, because these guys were raw. You'd be black and you'd be all smoked. And it was hot. We went on to being naked by the time that we're done. And your inhibition at that point is so broken down. We're doing this for hours. And trying to get under the tent just to get a little breath of air. Because it's so intense there. Now, I don't know if it was maybe more the traditional ones that were here in Washington. It was just a group of people that I got invited because a friend was Native American that I knew at the time. And wow, nothing like, I will never forget because of the pain, not only physically and all the water loss and the heat and not being able to breathe, but you travel, you definitely travel to the places where your energy is blocked. So I'll never forget. That's things we do in our youth, man. Yeah. For sure. But it changed me, I think. It took me out of my head. I was in corporate America at the time, and one of those steps, like rock counting, I correlate the sweat lodges with real, authentic Native tribe people here that help me without doing any like moms, because I've done those as well in life, but just breaking away from the constraint of consciousness, the matrix of consciousness, and being with that experience. It's top of my heart, experience. I could never do that today. No, youth again, very young then, so I was able to do it. Yeah, Nick Baker was saying here, detoxing any way you can, even a good walk or getting your feet on some grass or ground kind of helps that process. It's gentler, that's for sure. But yeah, a lot of ritual involved too in that experience too. Ritual. I just kind of stood back, let it happen, and then invited into the teepee. They closed that sucker and they threw tarps over that tent. So I mean, like, we were enclosed. No air was going to get out except for the top, of course. We don't want to die. And by the time we were done, the majority of us were naked because it's just like we didn't care. It breaks down. It's so broken down, from embarrassment. And there was just incredible sense of like, we are all one. we are all one. You know, where we go one, we go all. That even the guys who were like hoity-toity and they had all rituals and they were the ones orchestrating, by the end of all of it, even they were broken down. They were like puppies, like innocents. So our ego can really play a huge game on us. And so the leaders or the elders or the ones, again, we were broken down in this SandLot Lodge. Extraordinary experience. Not a cup of tea for everybody. Happened to be a friend and I were spiritually exploring our own selves, and she was invited, and boy, did we go for it. And fishing is like that, I think, sometimes. You get yourself in spots where you're going to go for that, cast. It's going to be there, and there's commitments, but the wizard was talking about earlier, there's this mystery and joy if you do actually catch one. I've watched a lot of videos with people doing catch and release. I've come to appreciate that because I think I had a kind of a judgment around the whole concept until I started to really dive into the whole spirit of individuals that will go out there and have channels, thousands of subscribers watching them catch them. Some of the more interesting ones, like where they go out where drainage ditches and you got the monsters, right? And these big guards and stuff. So don't have to judge it because I think it's really kind of meaningful for the person who's doing it. And it means a lot to a lot of other people. Kind of helps people chill out. When I first became aware of what was going down with the world, I went into major survival. I just could feel it in my solar plexus. The first thing I thought was, how am I going to live out of my car? And I built everything around that. I learned how to work with ferro rods, and I got the fireboxes. I even purchased firearms. Although there's a reason too. I may not ever. If I never shoot them, at least I'm a registered gun owner. It was part screw you, government. But that was part of the whole survival thing that I went through back in 2017. It just hit my gut so hard. And here I am now. I'm much more realistic about things. And I think that things are going to work out pretty amazing for humanity as we move forward. But back then, it was again, 2017, when President Trump was nominated and became president. I had a totally different political belief zone. And what changed me was during COVID, have live broadcasts when he was signing the bills, and they'd have all these people around inside the Oval Room. And I could feel the energy. This guy was the real deal. This is the guy that we've been waiting for a long time. Even though I've been on a different political point of view, I could feel it in my heart. This was the moment I had been waiting for my whole life, is that humanity was going to get a shot at overcoming our oppression through all his affiliations, all the wealthy and famous people that he knew, that he was going to open the door for us to step forward So I just kind of like had to go through the process of letting go of my political views, being a Democrat and voting in that manner the majority of my life, and as a Democrat. I just knew that this was a guy that had divine energy all around him. And that's how I got here. It was actually because of President Trump, and with things on my downtime and really diving deep into the Oval Office, watching him sign those bills, how he was so amazingly attentive to everything. Like, it was like he was multidimensional. The women, the children, the men around him. And I just knew that I was wrong. What I had learned was a part of the hypnosis, I had to come out of. So I'm just so grateful to President Trump making this possible to fight for us behind the scenes for us so that we could step up. Because he said, it's not me that they're after, it's you. And he kept saying that. It was like, I didn't get that at all. It took a little while for that to sink in. So there have been many people that have surprised me along this journey. And I'm just very grateful.
That's awesome.
People that are upright. Because it's always, for me, always been about the betterment of humanity. And again, where we go one, we go all. It is a spiritual experience that transcends things like children. They're all mine. If a child is in danger, damn right I'm going to step in. I don't understand what those men were doing in the hall. We will find out later. It will be disclosed. As it is for the bugs that get trapped, the flies. One bug I will kill, and that's mosquito. It's like, nope, that's the one that I'm not going to spew. But everything else gets escorted out of this house.
Okay, Nick, have a great day, buddy.
So, President Trump has definitely opened my heart and given me absolute hope. Open the door for us to walk through as sovereigns, as the image of Creator, to remind us of Constitution. I think I just kind of got lazy with rights. I've even looked at Roe versus Wade. I had a different point of view on that. I totally get why it was so important now in this moment, why it had to be reversed. Because of the children. And again, it's we've been lied to and living lives and things like that. Keeping an open mind and an open heart, always with the very ultimate best for humanity. So, thanks for letting me share that.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm
the
glad
journey, coming from a different political party and point of view, the importance of saving the children and being empathic. I have been in those the deep underground in my own ability. And when it first hit me, what was going on down there, because it seemed like energy kind of broke apart. We can actually see in. My soul went in there, my spirit went right in there, and it was horrific. It's absolutely horrific. This is all underground, so what's on the surface is nothing compared to what's been going underground. I was devastated. It's taken me a couple of years to just sort of process that. But I feel more emboldened, passionate that we are winning this and we're going to change this for humanity and not only all the other beings involved in this off world. We're not alone.
Hey,
This
Rank, have a great day,
involves-
brother. Good day, mate.
So this was just OK Corral cosmic showdown.
There you go. Big roundup.
Yeah.
Later, Tony. Have a great day, buddy.
Yeah.
I didn't see the one about the big cheesy poos.
Cricket cheesy poops. Hey, Rank.
So there you go. Aloha says joyful. I agree, knowing what we know now, to go back and watch the speeches. The words take on a different meaning. Yeah, I'm gonna make me some coffee. Do y'all mind holding the fort down for a couple minutes?
Got it.
Go right ahead.
Alrighty, I'll be back.
Aloha Prepper. Everything does have an incredibly different meaning. I get up. It goes so deep. It was like one of President Trump's first speeches. And they had the music mixed in. Oh, I don't know if I got lost. Okay, I kind of buffered there for a second. Where they have the music in the background and they're doing overlays of images. And he was telling the truth from the very beginning. And I just had that in my consciousness, in my heart. And I'll catch up.
Yeah.
Hey,
I hear you.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah. It's okay. We're going to be okay. So much has happened. It's all going to be okay. I'm not sure what Kim means by that's in Axe Joy.
What?
Oh, I was talking to Karen. I know you're busy, honey, doing your thing.
Oh, I was just checking to see if that one video's done trimming out. It's taken forever.
Yeah. I had, ever since I was a little kid, I knew that this time would come. I just didn't have any clue that it would be difficult. You know, for humanity. Didn't realize it was so dark. I think that's a real test of our love. And just got to do the moment to moment. Get through those really, really hard times.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Yeah. He does look smart in his glasses, doesn't he, Mayhem?
No.
Yeah. I hear a lot of the folks that in the circles that I listen to, beyond the late night. As an example, Mark Z, the original Mark Z, or Coffee with Mark Z, how they talk about a lot. I definitely lurk on that. How we're in this movie kind of thing. And the way that my mind works, I kind of push past that. I kind of like bulldoze my way through things. But I've kind of more now sitting back and realizing that running is really important. People who haven't caught up yet, who don't know, and I could totally trust in that particular group. They have family members who have, they've gotten sick. I've had a family member who's had a heart attack, a nephew who has brain fog, etc. And that it seems painful because maybe many before me known on the level that you have known. But it's really important that we do go together the best that we can. And the cousin of mine who has had the heart attack, she said something about what I can't stand, Jana. I mean, everybody has free voice. They talk with whatever they want to talk. But I do not believe that a person has, the right to lie. And mine was like, whoa, she's starting to understand. It's starting to sink in. I thought she went all the way to the booster level, continuing on with it. She only did the 2. And I would just like, okay, it's starting to happen, because last conversation with her wasn't like that. So something is starting to enter her consciousness. We're starting to get it. So I told the guidestones, she heard about them. And I've the guidestones since the 80s, when it was brought to my attention, their agenda. So she says, it sounds like I have my homework to do. So it happens in these little incremental points that, again, where we go all, and why it's taken so long for this to happen. I'm a prepper, prepared, because this might take time. But the ultimate thing is, it's going to be really amazing. It's going to be, I feel, breaking for people and myself, because things that probably I don't know yet. I did deal with the loss of actors and musicians involved in this. My whole career, for 20 years working in corporate America, was keeping an eye on music, entertainment. And to think that the whole group of these individuals have been compromised, and it's generational, and it's old, and it's ancient. See, when I started rock hounding, that's when I started to wake up, because it was like picking up these crystalline stones. Somehow the shaman in me could understand. I started getting flashes of Sumerian and Lemurian and our ancient history. I just didn't realize that there was this other part where humanity became enslaved on the scale that it did. So the stones once again taught me a lot of things. I'm such an advocate of getting out there and being a stone, because you never know how it will change your life and how special it feels to you. But help ease me in my psychology, because I want the very best for humanity. And it didn't look the way I wanted. Turned something dramatically different than my own sleep, my own denial. Just a confession on that.
I need coffee.
Absolutely. Your sweet aloha. Just a journey amongst many other that, feel very humble.
I got coffee brewing.
Right on.
Good
Now I
job.
just gotta wait a few minutes.
I'll be right back.
I take over.
Already.
Thank you for
Oh, morning, Kim. I see you came in some morning, afternoon, evening. Anybody that came in, hey, what's up, Mayhem?
Hi, Kim.
Let's see what the Devil Dog said. Oh yeah, that link that Devil Dog put up, that live. I scrolled up and saw that. That'll be a good one. I think it was at 11, wasn't it, Devil Dog? Let's see. Yeah, because that's Thomas Jefferson and the 13th Amendment. At 11:30 a.m. my time Central, so it'll be live in 3 hours.
Aloha Prepper, thank you for saying that. Definitely need to have compassion for those who are just waking. Most definitely.
Well, that's, and I will say that's where some of the people that are slow to go, they need to be. I hope they really give y'all kudos and give y'all hugs, the more forgiving, because I gotta say there's some I gotta work on my forgiveness on some of that. I'm only compassionate to a certain point. Some of this real hateful rhetoric that some people have spit out with the whole, oh, you don't want to be poked or something, and it's like, just remember that negativity can reciprocate itself. That's why I don't mind compassion for people that are actually seeking it, but some of these people have been flat out hateful. Want to treat you like you're some second class citizen because you didn't go get in line and get the poke. So and I feel for people that had to deal with family members. Luckily, I didn't have to deal with that. My kids didn't get it. Nobody here did, so I don't have to deal with. Some did, some didn't. My in-laws did, but I did. They don't bother me a bit. So let's see, what is Kim? Hey, Mr. Risky. I've got dinner rolls. Raisin made it through my first night. Last night at the theater, I hurt from head to toe. Oh my goodness. But you got you some rolls going. You woke up at 0020 this morning, Mayhem? I didn't really go to sleep until about 2:15, 2:30ish. Then I ended up nodding off right here for about 30 minutes, I think. That you may woke up at 30. I mean, it's like daylight outside with that silly moon. 12. Little tear of pride. Rescue my pilot. I see her. Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. No worries at all, Aloha. I'm actually surprised you stuck in as long as you have. It's late where you are, I know. I try not to steam too much. When I get to steaming, I usually end up in trouble. And to have an expenditure, so I've always used 24. That's it. I bounce whichever's convenient. I love it when people are spelling something and they use a 0 for the letter O. And it's like, really? Rescue out some steamed dumplings in your chicken soup. Man, the dumplings just made me a little leery. Otherwise, I'd love chicken and dumplings. I was supposed to have chicken dinner last night, and tonight they ate all my chicken last night. Just don't throw your head. That's it. No more chunking the headphones. And that was a one-timer. Can't believe I got that worked up that night, but bounce in, bad boys. Well, what's up, Mr. Larry? Morning, sir. 322222222. I don't know how many twos that is. More than I wanted to count. Oh. Well, it has been 5 hours.
How you doing, Rescue?
I'm doing okay. Let's see, I got, 3 big blocks came in all of a sudden. I got one more funny for you. Then I gotta go make a phone call. Be back later. Went fishing Wednesday. Caught a bass. DNR showed up. He measured it too small. I got a warning. Had to be 14, not 12. Oh, dang. Well, at least you got just a warning. You didn't get the ticket. Rescue hadn't spoken with my sister since the sickness and Pokey started. We also went to Florida for vacation that summer. She decided we were mean and evil then. No context since then. Yeah, see, that's... Aloha said, thank you, Rescue and Money and Joyful for hosting us, and thanks for the last friends, especially Kiss Off. Sleepy time for this princess. Alrighty, Miss Aloha. You get you some plenty of rest and you wake up with a smile. You're an awesome lady.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Aloha is going off to get some rest.
Mahalo, Aloha.
And Kim was telling a funny. and fixing to be leaving to go make a phone call. Rah, 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 rah. Now here's where Anti comes up with something about eating on screen.
That's right, chicken Alfredo.
Oh, look at you. I think I got to kick you off a panel now.
Go ahead.
Pow. Big worms, I gave see some of you this weekend on Steve Sunsets. Yep. You have the philosophy there's no I in team, but there is me. Yeah, it's getting the people that... Oh, Miss Karen, I'm sorry. I didn't even mention that earlier. You did ask me that earlier. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Yeah, it didn't go well. And I found another doctor for next Friday. And you could, my tyrant little tantrum that I did was at the very beginning of the stream, but basically they just asked me some weird questions and it started making me feel real uncomfortable because they got into that whole woke diverse shit with the sex at birth and the sexual orientation and gender identity, and it was like, so I bailed and found another one that doesn't care about any of that shit.
I would have done the same, sir.
Man, and it really got me the choice of words. The way they did that, I mean, the other one sounded really weird, but when it got to the race and the way that it said, you couldn't just choose not to answer. It was refuse to report. And it was that refuse. And it's like, that's a key word that's used in medical terms, refuse, because then you're not liable and there's just, that means shit. And words are potent. So that didn't sit well with me. And so that's where that stood. So next Friday I have another one. I just got to wait for my disability to come in because it's going to be higher than where I was going. But man, if that's what saving a buck gets you, then I'll sell some shit around here to make the money difference out of. I ain't going there. Kim said, sorry.
You said you found a new...
Ma'am?
Did you... Yes, you said you found a new doctor, though, and do you have Oh, he's buffering a moment. So do you have a doctor's appointment with the new guy, Al?
Yeah, I have an appointment next Friday with him.
Oh, okay. Someone who did
Ma'am?
Someone who doesn't care about all that stuff you mentioned in the very...
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, none of that matters. Just basic information and then what's wrong. And it's like, there we go. That's all I'm talking about. Let's see. So Kim said, sorry about that, Chris. Totally understand. All of our parents took it. And none of us kids did. They didn't understand. Now they do. Alrighty, Kim. Kim said, be back later. Risky, when I was in his class, it was weird. The full Monty class. Let's see what I left the dentist's office because I wasn't wearing my mask correctly. Got different dentist staff. See, I wasn't going to do the mask thing either. But they didn't ask about that. It's just all this other weird shit. Guess I said, Risky, why is some food tearing you up? Well, I have a colon issue. I don't really know what's causing it. I think about a year and a half or so, I had I don't know, I get the numbers mixed up. So I'll just say it like this. I either had 7 polyps that were 9 millimeters big, or I had 9 polyps that were 7 millimeters big. I just remember it was 7 and 9, but I get them mixed up. So, well, they removed those, but never could give me a clear answer of how I even came about those. Well, then I also had spine issues, and I personally am starting to think that some of the spine issues I have are leading to some of my colon issues because the nerve endings. I guess to put it in a dumbed down way, I think some of my nerve endings that come off of my spinal cord that come around towards my colon and stuff are either dying off or shrilling, and so I feel that on my colon or something. But the last time I had all the polyps, I had a lot of internal bleeding and stuff, and that's what brought it to light. So I never really felt 100% better, but at the same time I was dealing with spine issues. I have like 7 discs in my lower back, and now it feels like 2 in my thoracic area, but that's going now. It pinches on my nerves, my legs go numb, I lose some feeling in my, I actually don't have feeling in my left foot in the last 3 toes of my foot. That's gone numb. And so
okay.
when I eat, I always got worried about stopping up, because if I get hung up inside, like, well, it's kind of hard to explain in my mind just because there's memories. My mom one time had to rush to the hospital and have emergency intestinal surgery because she was sitting and eating, and apparently at some point her intestines folded over, and when they did, you don't even know it. You just kind of like, oh, it's upset coming. She didn't realize it till the second day when she was eating that she realized the food didn't seem to be going down. Well, when she went and they saw what it was and she started having bile come up, well, the only thing they could do is go in. You got to go in. You can't fix it from outside. And so right now, the way current medical scenarios were going, I've been very worried about having to go and have emergency surgery at my local hospital because I don't trust them at all. So
It was kind of like your own pre-screening in a way. You know, you
kind of
got
like
a choice.
my what?
That survey or how to answer questions when you're filling it out, it was your own pre-screening. You said, no way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I don't know. It sounded weird.
Good
At first,
for
I thought you
you.
said my ovaries were screaming or something.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought too. Okay, so different subject.
So the food is.
So yesterday when Camo.
Well, I got
Here.
questions, Monty. Hold on a sec. I got
Okay,
questions.
sorry. All right, go ahead.
He refused service because I didn't have a mask on and went after for civil rights violation. Title II, public accommodations. He's out of bed. Oh, okay. So Anti wants to talk about that. So, okay, go ahead. I didn't know where that came from. I was like, well, I was doing this, the probiotics. No, I didn't. Did you ever eat? Wait a minute. I don't know how you say that, Ross. So when you say probiotics, sauerkraut and pickles, I mean, I eat sauerkraut and pickles, but I don't know. Like they weren't special ones. It was just, you'd have sauerkraut and sausage and you eat pickles in your tuna fish and on your burgers and just when you're out hot sweating, because pickle juice is good for cramps, by the way, if you didn't know that.
The sauerkraut and pickles also builds up your probiotics, is what he's saying. So yesterday up on the panel, and it's hard to call him Camo Carl anymore. So Angry, I think it was Angry. I forgot who it was. Anyways, Camo Carl is now known as Caramel Carl. Do you hear me?
The Camo Carl.
Yeah, Camo Carl is now known as Caramel Carl.
Is
That's
he
what
just
happened.
that sweet or
Caramel,
what?
like
That's how it come about yesterday up on my panel, and
So he
and
was just
it,
that sweet.
uh-oh.
it stuck.
I'm not gonna like that.
Oh.
Caramel. Uh-oh.
So Monty done got
I'm
sweet
not-
on Carl, and now he's caramel.
No, not me. I forgot how it came about, but it was flipping funny. And
Isn't that what you just said?
yeah, Caramel Carl was up on my panel, and it was either in chat or I don't know how it came about, but I forgot. I slept since then. But anyway, that's how that name stuck.
Oh. Did he come in this morning? I didn't even see him.
I didn't hear you mention G.I. Joe 3 times.
I didn't the other day when he showed up. Morning, Goob Nav, Goob Nav.
Good enough.
Oh, see, I see Ross. That's the wearing mask. I can't say it totally out loud the way I feel, because then I would get labeled for medical misinfo. But yeah, that whole thing ever since the day it came out pissed me off, just because I have hundreds of hours of actual training and mask and sealing off and respirators and filtrations, and it's like all of a sudden in the blink of an eye, none of that training mattered anymore. Just put a cotton t-shirt over your face and call it a day. You're protected from everything. And I was like, wait a minute, say what? Crazy, man. Oh yeah, and Karen, which I read that a while ago. See, that's the kind of stuff I was afraid of that they might do with me not knowing. That's what took me so long to finally get to this point. That's why, in all honesty, that questionnaire I just filled out was not what I needed to see, because that actually, I was already nervous and sat here and, matter of fact, I think I done told everybody how the only reason I was going to the doctor is so I didn't sit here in front of all y'all and be a hypocrite saying how you need to take care of yourself, and then I don't go do it. So I had to go do it. So I wasn't going to be a hypocrite, but I was going to, yeah. So I couldn't go with all of them, but I'm still continuing next Friday. I will say next Friday morning, I probably won't stream at all, because it's an early enough appointment that I wouldn't. I might could do 2 hours and very start or something. That'd be it.
Well, hey, Risky, thanks for having me up on panel. Joyful, good to see you.
You got it, man.
Much
Take
love.
care.
God bless.
Have
Bye.
a good day, brother.
You've been an honor, sweetie. Always so good to see him on. He is.
G.I. Joe.
Gosh, he's been around for so long. Bless his heart.
Right. Oh, Anti, you think I ought to say the whole thing? So Caramel G.I. Joe, Caramel G.I. Joe, Caramel G.I. Joe. Or should I do the Caramel Carl G.I. Joe? Oh, Lord, that's a tongue twister. Caramel Carl G.I. Joe, Caramel Carl G.I. Joe, Caramel Carl G.I. Joe. There we go. Well, I told them if they didn't operate, I was calling a lawyer on the TV stations. I was going to raise some help. There you go. Oh, okay, Miss Sharon. That's where you had headed. So Sharon's at the bank closing the account. Texana Bank in Texas. Hold your dollars for the bank's benefit. No more since I found out what they do. Hope all is doing well today. Chat and panel. Yes, ma'am. I hope you're having a great day. Morning, Miss Rochelle. How are you, ma'am? I don't know. That would sound appropriate. Ross said, I hear if someone forces you to wear the mask, you can call OSHA, force them to do the right thing, and they have to do the right thing. I like that principle.
I have to admit that plays in the background makes me want to sway. Do, do, do. I've heard it, for hours and hours. I remember you were kind of experimenting with some background, but this one, there's something about it. It's a good choice, Rescue. Why do you choose it?
It just has a rhythm, and then the tones, the beat to it, just have more of a flow than a beat per se. It's got this flow feel to it. Just kind of lets you put your mind at a pace.
It does. I feel like when I hear it, I get in that moment, and then it's like I open up in ways that unexpected, and so it's beat.
Yeah,
I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but it's wind kind of now.
I know the other one that I used to play, people, which I even was bad about it before. You'll hear it whenever it's not even playing. You can just be throughout your day, and it gets quiet enough, and it's like you find yourself hearing that song. I forgot who told me. I think Hit Gal was one of them that told me that that other song. It was always playing, and it was me too. I could just be laying there, and it's like all of a sudden I just have that invisible rhythm in my head. And this one's kind of been that way.
I feel it. There is something kind of lovely about having the comfort of that sound. And it's not destructive. It's like sweet. Just wanted to give you a compliment on that, and for all that you do, my friend.
No, I just sit up here and talk. It helps me. Yeah, there's Hit Gal. Said, yeah, I would hear the other song sometimes in my head. That's it. Well, you're just going to have to adapt, Huckleberry. Life is about adapting.
It kind of fit. But
Huckleberry's like I was just getting used to the night routine. It was just kind of being burnt into my firmware in my brain, that song. I was waiting for my little forehead to start flashing the little red deal. It's like Zen music. See, for me, and I think that's where a lot of other people didn't really pick up on it, because like I've used my pad a few times now, and I can get on my pad on StreamYard without having to have headphones or anything on, because it'll work fine. But then, like with these headphones on, when there's nobody who says anything, and you hear yourself breathe because these cups are on your ears and stuff. So it was like, man, this is driving me crazy. So at first I played music that nobody else could hear until I got the paid version of StreamYard, and then I just started doing the music.
It gives us an opportunity, even there's a lull in the conversation. We're taking in information. It's there, the dead space, no sound. I don't know. That's the way I guess I would.
Well, with these ear cups on, you like if you breathe, you fear the vibration of anything, because it's all enclosed. And oh man,
Right, especially headphones.
yeah. And you
I've worked
breathe,
with
and you think, well, did everybody just hear that breathe? Because for you, it sounded like it was like, but it's like, nope, nobody heard a thing. But to you, that's what you keep hearing is that Darth Vader breathing. And it's like, oh shit.
But when the lulls happen, it's not uncomfortable and no one has to chime in. The flow of this music or other music I'm sure maybe discover in the future.
Yeah.
Or now,
It's,
will be there. It's a very interesting way to do it.
oh, I think your mic acted up again, Joyful. Morning, Hutch. What's up, brother?
Risk is kind of suffering right now.
Kind of broke up a little bit, had that robotic sound to it.
Yeah. It's all good.
Oh, yeah, there it is again.
Gosh, it's been a clunky night or morning.
It was working so fine earlier. Now it's like, oof. And it was so funny because it was just working fine.
Admittedly, we were also clunky with Monty and Milkmaid, myself, and Rescue. It's just been buffering tremendously.
I got Clunky, Monty, Milkmaid Rescue, and Buffering.
There you go. Meaning it's buffering a lot on StreamYard this morning. Very clunky.
Meaning buffering a lot on StreamYard this morning. Okay. Yeah, because as you're talking, it's roboting. It's kind of like really intense.
So when listening to the channel, I have to kind of leave out the verbs and the positions and the adverb.
Yeah, it's like really bad.
Conversation you sort of have to feel.
I have to take a momentary break. It was pretty, because it's rough. I don't know why it just got so robotic like that, but yeah, I made out like every other word or every third word. Is the book of knowledge off work yet? What is that? Cigarettes in a book? I can't tell what the picture's supposed to be. In StreamYards, that looks weird. Let me see. Oh, on YouTube, it's books. Oh, wow. Ain't that some funny shit? So, Kiss Off on YouTube, your icons, the little emojis you use, look like 3 books and then the black composition book. But on StreamYards, I don't know, it almost looks like 3 cigarettes laying this way with green tips and then a 4th one with a red tip. So it's some weird shit, I don't know. Hey, morning, book girl. Oh, my panel guy Bush, he works nights. I don't know. Oh, you're talking about bug out. Bushido bug out. He's off this morning, so that's why he didn't get on. He was off this morning. Yeah, bug out's cool. And he's got a real life experience. He's got a good head on his shoulders, it seems like. Respectful. That's I like talking with him a lot. Alrighty, Miss Sharon, you have a great day. Be sure if you're out shopping, you get you something, some food, go ahead and grab an extra something, extra pack of beans, extra some rice. If you're doing any of your toiletry items, pick up an extra. Because just remember, next week, it ain't going to be cheaper. It'll just be more. Maybe somebody already caught Bushido and took him in for the reward money. Hey, morning, Miss Nikki. How are you, ma'am? I'm going to one of my farms to get veggies in bulk for processing. Ah, there you go. Going to the garden. The best shopping. Hey, morning, John. Been doing. Still trying to stay sunny side up. Morning, Mr. John. How are you, sir? So what you doing this morning, Miss Nikki? Did it rain over there last night where you are, by the way, Nikki? Thought it was going to do something here, but it didn't. Oh, wow. So you got lucky. You got some rain. I heard it and I was like, oh, and I could have sworn it was raining, but then when the dog wanted to go out and went out and it was like, nope, no rain. Oh, thank you, Hutch. Good reminder. I ain't done that in a couple hours. So if you came in and in chat, go up to the top in YouTube, and instead of top chat, you want to select that and go down to live chat. That way you can stay current in the chat. That was funny. Nikki said the rain was needed, but the beat up and broken tomato plants, not so much. Oh, yeah.
Congratulations on the rain. That's awesome.
We need it, that's for sure. And while I would like to get some rain, but as long as people like Nikki get some rain, then eventually it's going to make its way down here. It'll just come down through the river instead. But because that's one bonus of being on the south end of things. Everything collection runs this way.
You know, Nikki, tomato plants really fragile when it comes to water. If I understand, they don't like it when the water hits the dirt, splashes up underneath the leaves. Just, messes up their mood.
Wasn't that where like most plants breathe, is actually from the bottom of the leaves underneath?
When I was gardening back in the 2000s, yeah, they're picky. But I could be wrong. That's what I learned then. New information is always possible.
Oh, yeah. Mulch your tomato plants. They do better.
That's
You mean
interesting.
after you harvest them,
Yeah.
you're mulching the plant back into the soil. That's what Milkmaid
That-
and I think Nikki, Florida Nikki, that do stuff with Nikki. That's what they were talking about, because you put the nutrients back in the soil. Oh, debris on any stem can cause rot or weakness. There you go. Mr. Hutch will know for sure. And right, Huckleberry, if you take care of your plants, they take care of you. They feed you. Ma'am?
Yes, I watched a YouTube video where they say if you do a portion of baking soda, I hope I got it, and water, and you spritz them on your plants, you will have, for the powdery problem on squash, for example, and cucumber. Has anyone heard of that?
I have not. I don't know if anybody in chat has.
Powdery mildew is a huge problem in Washington. trying to grow of vegetables, if you will. It like can take over really quickly. So I was just curious if any of that you spritz it with a proportion of water, soda, and it.
Oh, there you go. Hutch is saying, which Hutch's Deepwood Studio. He said, yep, baking soda, dish soap, water. I use it for powder mildew.
There you go. Right on, Deepwood Studio. Okay.
Yeah, Deepwood Studio, that's Hutch. He does a thing that's called Medheads too. And he goes over a lot of on growing stuff. And he's a pretty smart dude. There, he says it changes the pH, it smothers it. By the way, Hutch, I read that little post thing you did, and I thought that was pretty good, sir. That was pretty good. I forgot exactly how it was titled, but it was your post on basically respect of your significant other. Nah, ain't no backlash. Shouldn't be no backlash. Hey, car. Hey, Hutch, do you mind if I share that here, what you had wrote? Do you mind if I share that here on this stream, or? bam. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Damn it. Yeah, it's not gonna zoom up big enough. So you'll just have to listen to me read it off. So this is Hutch, which is here in chat. He's Deepwood Studios. He wrote this. He has it on his community page, and I'll share a link to this. And but I'll read this for you. He said it's entitled "Modesty is a Virtue." It says, the ladies. Certain topics are acceptable in certain situations, but every day and every encounter devalues you and devalues your legacy. You are more than your sexuality, and you should have pride in the fact that only a precious few others have access to that side of you. The most private and precious image of you should be guarded like a treasure and restricted to the people who truly deserve to see, hear that side of you. Again, there are times when explicit details can be shared, but don't volunteer the most private, intimate parts of your life just as a talking point or a form of entertainment. You're better than that. Says, and then he said, the fellas, respect the privacy of your woman wives. If your go-to conversation is exposing the most intimate parts of your union, then you are disrespecting your relationship. If your idea of entertainment is to publicly broadcast the idea of your partner in such a way that promotes others to envision them in a sexual situation, then you are responsible for any and all public interaction that you find unfit relating to boundaries of said relationship. You cannot expose or jest about topics that you don't want others to take part in. At a certain point, your self-awareness needs to kick in so that you understand that your actions are what played a major role in any of the future or past insecurities that disrupt your happiness. Jealousy is a side effect of lack of discretion, and it's not the outsider's fault that you opened the door for the world to see what is supposed to be yours and yours alone. Look at yourselves and be man enough to know where the line is, and be man enough to understand that nobody is to blame but yourself for any action that crosses that line. Boundaries are necessary, and if you take those boundaries down, there is no trespass, and you have no right to feel some kind of way about it. Your insecurities are yours, and the people around you should not have to be subject to unnecessary disruption in their lives simply because you have no self-awareness. And then he says, value yourselves and know that you have zero control over the public perspective, but you do have control over what you allow to be exposed in the first place. If you've never set the boundary, then you have no right to say the boundary has been crossed. I want nothing but great things for y'all, and I hope you actually hear what I'm trying to say. Pandering is not my thing, and if feelings have to be touched to bring truth and logic, then so be it. Nobody is beyond reproach, and true friends let you know when you're fucking up out of love and a desire to see you grow. Hutch. Thank you, Hutch. I thought it was good when I read it the first time, and I think it's cool again when I read it this time. And that was Hutch, our Deepwood Studio, right here in chat.
it may be worthy of another day because we're having the problems to bring it up again.
Do what? We're having the problems again. I missed some of that. Joyful.
There you go. My point exactly. To read it again when we might have a better connection. Another day.
Oh, okay.
To revisit it. You know, when we have a better connection. Tonight is or this whole thing has been kind of glitchy. Yeah. It's really important. Beautiful.
Let's see, what did I miss? Okay. I have a favor I'd like to ask Rusty one day next week. Oh, you got it, Josh. Oh, and feel free you can chat away in chat too, Josh, and you'll get to know everybody that kind of comes in and goes, and because people kind of come and they fall asleep and they might come back, and everybody just kind of veers in and out.
The full moon of...
I'm going to come out of the trenches and leave my coat.
Read it very well, sir.
I'm sorry, you kind of got that, Hutch. So he said the message of empowerment, but a lot found only insult and judgment where there was none. Yeah, that's a shame. That's because, I mean, I wouldn't have taken it that way. I mean, unless something struck a nerve at me or something, then it might kind of make me spark. But I mean, I don't see how you really get anything but kind of a reminder, or an empowerment, enlightenment of just doing right. I don't know. All right, Miss Karen, you have a great weekend too, man. Be sure and smile or be the reason somebody smiles. Huckleberry, if I'm not encouraging bad behavior, I will. Right. Rescue, check out this Bible study. I've been studying for 22 years. Grace and Truth Ministries. I will definitely check that out later, Mr. Ross. Right, Huckleberry. Hutch had a soft side. Who knew? God is amazing all the time. Right on. Good morning, sir. I tell you personally, working with men and being around more men than women most of my life is the very reason I chose to be single, because I could never live up to those conversations. Yeah, the funny thing is with the right people, I don't think those conversations really ever happen, because it just works. Rokabit J. Morning. Welcome. Let's see. Huckleberry said that was good, Hutch. I read it twice as well. That's it, see? Right, Kissel says, yeah, keep your cars in your own garage. Right, John? There you go. In short, just be you and don't be fake. Grumpy says the world is definitely ending. Proof. Snoop Dogg, My Medicine official music video featuring Willie Nelson. Oh, Lord. Yep. Ross says most people like to blame everybody else for their problems, but all your problems are caused by your decisions. That's it. Self-accountability has been like eradicated. And that's what's wrong right now. There's no self-accountability. People just, do what I want. I got the right. It's like, man, you got the right to do shit. You're just not free from the consequences. That's all. You're free to choose, just not free from the consequence.
And Josh, in their gaming computer channel, I feel really at home with all of you all friends too. That is beautiful.
Yeah, he's a good young guy. Yeah, works on computers and stuff. Does some gaming, plays some games on computers. He's a pretty good young man. T-Wood Studios. Someone's got a problem with it. It's like TV, radio, music. Stop reading it, change channel, turn it off, push, stop, move on, and will you sign my diary? By the way, I really like that reading you shared about modesty. Book Girl, that was, I read that. That was Deepwood Studio, which we call him Hutch. And that's on his YouTube channel, the one called Hutch Homestead. Let me see if I can do a link. Book Girl, that's Hutch's YouTube page. Where that was, it's on the community page there on that. If y'all want to go by and give it the thumbs up. Yeah, that's some kind of lost concept too. It's like, I don't know. And I guess for me, I feel so, that's where I feel like my head was in the fog because I was raising my kids and stuff. And I remember seeing on the news, and you'd hear it in the bigger areas with this whole, everybody gets a trophy, participation trophy, free range parenting. Just let them figure out who they are and all this. I'm sorry if it offends anybody, but that's just batshit crazy talk to me. Because it's your job is to protect and raise your children. Well, they don't know boundaries. You have to be the safeguard. They're not wind-up toys. You just drop out here and go, here you go, figure it out. But that's kind of what seems to be like young people are doing nowadays. But it just, man, I had no idea just how off kilter it was getting. I mean, there's no self-accountability. There's no self-pride and just doing good quality work, whatever it is. All that's just gone. Got to go. Just got to the notary. Time to warm up a pen. See y'all around the YouTube community. Alrighty, Double Doe. Don't forget, got that that one guy is live here in another like hour and a half or something. I'll have to get that link again. Maybe try to throw it back up. Let's see, Book Girl says, here's a new book I saw on the library shelf, Origins, A Genetic History. All the Americas. I had to grab it, LOL. The intersection between science and history. Okay, and there's the link for it. I like teaching about what they used to call the virtues, a la Benjamin Franklin in my classroom, by using literature of the Americas. There you go. That's why I don't know. We're the only country to have the freedoms we do. You know, and that makes us unique. That makes us special and different. I really enjoy and love this fellowship thing. Thank you, Ross. Thank you for just hanging out and being part of it. It wouldn't be a fellowship without all y'all.
Yes, absolutely. Loved Rescue's answer to that. Just a part of it. Thank you for your fellowship. It means an awful lot in my.
Oh, the friendships and stuff here, they've have a positive impact on me, so it's definitely been helpful for me. It's been encouraging. It's been a learning thing. I've learned how to tone myself. It's also with the fellowship with everybody and talking and getting the positive vibes, thoughts, prayers. It's got me up out of the muck that I was in. I don't feel like I'm stuck in the trenches anymore. My head's coming up above water every now and then.
What? Really?
Thank you, Hickel.
Oh, that's very good news, dear sir. That is very good news. I really meant with all my heart. You were sharing, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, when I kind of started to study you, and I mean, not study, but discover you. And you shared just on the fly, like you always do. And that's joy right there. I'm so happy.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was because I was really down in the muck, and that's why part of kind of getting out and talking just kind of brought some air back in the sails. No, TJ, I didn't get any of the rain. Nikki did in between prepping. She got some of that rain. I got a good thunder roll. And while I laid there, I thought it was raining outside. Only when the dog went outside, I realized that there was nothing wet. So no rain, just sound effect. But maybe today.
You were
With it.
saying you were saying that don't know why I'm here, but I'm just doing it. And shoot, man, you put in hours, dear sir. And for you to say something like, oh wow,
I just,
love you, Rescue. Love you.
well, thank you, ma'am. I just kind of, I don't know. There's been times I didn't want to do it. And I even laid there and was like, oh man. But then it's just, nope, you go do it. Because a part of it's the commitment too. It kind of gives me a purpose. It gives me a goal. I've never sat around this much in my life. And it's driving me crazy. So I was really getting down pretty bad. And so it kind of gave me something to focus on. Like, okay, Monday through Friday, I need to try to do this. And it's kind of like going to work. You know, I need to. And some people might look at that as bad, like, oh, I don't feel like this is a job, but it's not that for me. It's a good thing. I would gladly go work.
I truly
with 14, 16 hours a day would be totally happy with it.
It's weird how life changes. It's, gosh, I'm just so grateful you're here. You know?
It can all change in the twinkle of an eye.
And you have a twinkle in your eye.
I
You
didn't
are
for a while. Hell, there were many days I just laid there kind of going, damn, I woke up again. And then me and God would talk for a while all day and be like, man, I'm ready anytime. But just wasn't, it's not, I ain't done, or somebody still needs to learn something. And so I'm here. So, well, then I started meeting everybody and kind of getting to talk. So I got to get out of my own crap here, the internal bog down, and kind of reach out, you know, and it still kind of feels weird. I've been open about that with everybody. So it still feels weird when everybody, it's just like I get messages and emails checking on me. And that feels really weird because I kind of went like, oh, I don't know, about the last 25, 30 years. Nah, nobody pretty much gave a shit because I just did whatever needed to be done anyway. But then when I needed help, all of a sudden there was no help. And then I started getting depressed. But now I'm kind of like re-energized, so I try not to get depressed too much because I get more mad, or not really mad. I get motivated if I start feeling too down because it's kind of like, I'll be damned, I ain't got to feel that way. So I kind of make myself not feel that way. Sorry if I missed anything in chat. Let's see what Josh says. All love rescue. Much love, buddy. Thank you, Josh. I'm so glad whenever you come hang out, sir. Because it's kind of like it makes me feel good that it's something positive for you. You know, I don't know how to make that sound. I know I don't. Me and Nikki have talked about this. I'm like an anomaly, so I know most people don't connect with the way my brain works, but it's like being beneficial for people. That makes me feel better. I am happier with my life when I'm helping somebody than when I'm not. I don't know why that is. It just is what it is. But I'm one of those. I like to help. I like to put a smile on somebody's face, help them out of the shit. I don't know if it's because I've been down in the shit and I've had to live in that, and I've been there, and then I come out, and because I'm at the same time I want to help. I'm also just about as cutthroat the other way too. I don't do excuses. When you want to change in your life, I'll be there. I'll bend over backwards. But feed me a line of shit and I'll walk away in the blink of an eye. And it's mainly because I've been there and done that. So I don't have time for excuses. And if people really want to help themselves, you've got to put in the work. Yeah, there ain't no magical savior, ain't no magical pill. There ain't no certain book you need to read, no certain way you need to sit. It's called you need to look in yourself, and at some point you need to go look in that mirror and you need to be honest with yourself where your damn flaws are. Because the only time you can work on a flaw is when you finally admit that you have the damn flaw. Otherwise, you'll never see nothing to fix because you won't even admit that you have it. So that's why people keep looking for outside stuff. Me, I don't want to be a hypocrite, so I sit there and I analyze myself to the point to where I felt really bad because it was like, okay, I know better, but yet I'm a dog chasing my tail because I keep sinking into it. But then that was God working on me. And then finally it wakes me up, and then it's kind of like, wait a minute. So I start to get out, and there's interactions you have in your life and you might not see it at the time, but it played a part. And I think when you really establish a relationship, I call him God, it's Jesus. That's to each their own. Have your own relationship, you do your meeting, and for me it's that. And it just started to show, and then I started to realize that it's like, okay, because I'm just kind of a straight up, so God talks to me in weird ways, and he gets his point across. I get there, and it just kind of left me to kind of keep getting up and getting more involved. And so then I met Ron, Dangerous Freedom, Independent Mini United pulled me over there, and that kind of brought me to this. Okay, well, it's like, yeah. But then, man, over the last 7 months, it's like, okay, now I'm back to where, I'm still physically jacked up, but at least it's kind of like I was when I first got brought down. I was still there. I was ready to go to work. I just physically couldn't. And that's where I started to slowly get depressed. Well, that's all gone now because I get to meet and talk with you guys. I get to talk with you guys. I get to share things with you guys. Well, when I share with you guys, I don't know if anybody else picks up on it, but see, that's one of my things. One of my pet peeves is I don't want to be a hypocrite. So if I sit here and tell you guys something, you can pretty much take it to the bank that that's what I'm doing, or I have done, or I follow, because I wouldn't say it out loud. But by talking to you guys, I have to hold myself to a higher standard, because while you might not see or hear the way I act around here when I turn this off, I know. And so I know if I come in here and I'm talking to y'all and I'm saying one thing and I hit that X and then I flip script and start saying the opposite, that doesn't set well with me. That's just not how I was wired. I'm not made that way. So that's going to wear on me. So then I'm going to come and I'm going to correct my mistakes. That's why, like, if here I do something and I feel it was ugly or I was wrong, I don't mind saying that. That's why I tell people, if I hurt your feelings or I insult you some way, you probably ought to get with me first before you get too mad, because you might find out that I didn't mean that and didn't even know it happened. Because if I'm going to be ugly to somebody, it's pretty obvious at that point. So, it's been, I just hope it's been helpful for somebody, y'all, that somewhere it's been beneficial, because I know for me, it helps me. Some days I feel frustrated, but it helps in the long run, So it's just.
You brought up Ron And he is very close by, I feel. I just want
Yeah, that
you
was
to know from my own heart, you. I love you. I met you a long time ago, it feels like. It's not even been a year. It feels like living 10 years.
right.
I am so glad you're here. You are doing magnificent. And the people that you have been able to bring together, you're the catalyst. So sometimes the ones that have a lot there, a weight they are not ready for, you did it. Broke through depression. And you're here. And I love you, Dad.
Thank you, Joe.
Absolutely. I'm
Well, Miss
talking
Lord.
slow because my words are choppy. But I just want you to know Ron just absolutely adored just as well. And I had a dream about him. And if there were any message, you're amongst family. Take it in your way and in your pace. It's in harmony with you. And don't worry about all this other stuff. You're right here.
Right, Hutch. R.I.P. Dangerous. Dangerous freedom. Man broke a lot of barriers, introduced a lot of people, crossed a lot of paths, left a positive momentum
Did he not?
in his history. So that's what everybody should try to do. Everybody should try to leave that positive momentum, when you go, because then it carries on. I wanted to say thank you very much, Ross. And thank you, T-Girl, for the compliments and stuff. Thank all y'all, because I really mean that. I don't know how to say that where I know it sounds kind of corny, but it really is. And I know it's the internet and digital, but it's just being able to open up and just talk to somebody, because like I said, I only know the person that you want me to meet. So, but when I get on here, I pretty much I'm me, and it helps me, Sometimes I wish I could say more, but I don't, because it is the internet, And then some stuff might not elaborate as much on, because it might involve, some of my family, my kids, my wife or something. And it's not my place to bring them into the internet world. So I don't mention that specific stuff, but I try to, everything else, pretty much everything about me, I pretty much been on my hell. I've showed y'all pictures from whenever I was born. I've walked you through pretty much a lot of my life as I reconnect with it. And I do that just to show you. I don't know if it's showing, or I don't even know if that's the right word. I do it really to help me, but since y'all say y'all will tell me, I take feedback, I guess is the appropriate word, since I'm some elaborate content creator. That term cracks me up, but it's like, man, the only thing I create is a bunch of chaotic shit in my life, so I'm not in control. Put that over in God's hands, things run smoother, but it's just, sharing with you guys. I don't know how to say that right. It just really is that simple. It's being to sit here and open up with you guys. And then, like, when you tell me stuff and to interact and engage with that, it's kind of like in reference, if you were hearing earlier, whenever I was playing Chad's stuff, the guy from 3 of 7, and those little tools, when he was talking about how, doing something in the mornings to get, in the present time. And so you're not thinking, well, that's what you guys kind of do. You kind of guys keep me in check every day, because I do this. And I don't have a narrative, so it's not like I'll go pull out some script thing out the drawer going, okay, this is what we're talking about today. So every day I just kind of get up here and just see where it goes. But by doing that, I don't have time to worry about next week. I don't have time to worry about, the weekend, because I just come up here today. And so by doing this actually helps me stay in the moment, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And thank you very much, Miss Karen. And somebody said something about my email, and I can put that in. Okay. Oh, well, that's right. I think Karen told me she would come up. She can't get to your email, can you, Karen? Wasn't that it? You can't get into yours or something. I can put mine in chat for anybody. That'll be fine. Morning, Miss Bougie.
In a way, dear sir, you have carried on his torch in your own way. Ron, who inspired you. But you are sovereign, beautiful, amazing. Oh, gosh, when I first heard your voice, so deep, so I was like, wow, who is this man? I remember talking with you, to hear you take your own what is it? Sovereignty. It was the morning, and struggled with the love and the attention, but he welcomed all of us to make sense.
Well, thank you. Oh, I know, Miss Lori. That's and that's what gets me too, because you get people that hang out and fall asleep.
Yeah.
Or they'll work, clean house. Yeah. It's like Moonchild used to come in, which I hope she's doing okay. I hadn't seen her the past couple of times. Or was she in the other day? I don't know. I lose track sometimes of days, but Moonchild was one. She'll check in on her way to work or when she's at work. Okay, cool. There you go, Miss Karen. Oh yeah, there you go. So the Deepwood Studio channel that Anti just put up is Hutch's Homestead, the other channel, which Hutch being the gentleman that wrote that, I guess you'd say, little reminder that I just read. His name is Hutch. So he's got Hutch Homestead, which is where that post is at, but then he's got his Deepwood Studio, where he does his med heads, and he does some cool videos over there. You can go for a ride along. Sometimes he goes on a little ride on his bike, and you can get some virtual wind therapy via Hutch. Native Voice is another solid guy, which everybody in here, I think I've said this. Sometimes I feel weird because if I say some of this, because it's like it's always you guys, so it's like I don't know if I really say that to anybody new, but I never know who's listening. Which there might be something going on. Let's see.
Thank you for all that you serve. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That's it, Anna. It's virtual wind therapy for me. I know when I had mine, that's what I called it, buddy. I was going for some wind therapy. That was my ride. Because there's some about you just kind of leave, and the minute you can kind of take that churn and kind of go on and start hitting them gears, it just starts washing all the BS away. You just enjoy some good sunshine, some wind in the face. Okay, Mr. Ross. Oh, all right, Mr. Ross. Well, you're a handsome man, sir. And your wife is a beautiful lady. Very beautiful looking couple. That is awesome. Thank you for sharing that with me. You know, I will say, I think sometimes nowadays I wish I could just help everybody, but that's why I just try to do my part and remind people to follow. It's like whenever it's like recommending, hey, check out Hutch, check out Native Voice, check out Backwoods, check out Midwest Survivor, Sophie B. These are just people that they're doing things to help, and I guess you could say preppers. See, I don't know. I'm not trying to do no. It's living to me. I mean, it's just. But you can learn how to actually get invested in your self-reliance, your self-accountability, self-sustain. So it's like, so Karen said, I took my granddaughter to the doctor and daughter shopping all while listening to you. Both wanted to know who the guy was. I said, you see it? Oh, Lord, have mercy. Miss Karen. I guess maybe that's why. See, that's why I started to grow the beard, and then you can't really tell if I blush, I guess, because I'll cover it up with gray hair. But yeah, Anti posted Sophie B's channel. They're going to be doing canning tonight. So if you're interested in canning, or you just want some, cool fun, I think they kind of start off and it's kind of mellow. I will say later on at night, they kind of become more adult friendly. So, but it's a blast. I mean, they're good people. So you can learn, you can laugh, Miss Sophie's a pretty cool lady. I've never been on a panel with her. I just sit and listen. I just see her nature with other people and stuff. Seems like a cool lady. I know she makes some awesome looking dishes, buddy. John Dunning says, how can I change the world? I start with myself. That's it. Well, and you need to be the standard that you expect from somebody else. So don't expect more from somebody else than you're willing to put into the game itself. So, that's the one thing I can say I noticed when you kind of watch how the world is running out here, and it's like, just a basic thing. People want you to be honest with them, but they won't be honest with you. And they always have a reason why that's okay. but there's no reason why it's not okay for you. So it's just weird, and there's no self accountability.
Sweet tea,
So
girl. Thank you. Yeah.
when we create something, doesn't it do what we created it to do? So God created us, and we're doing exactly what He created us to do. God gives us our desires. He gives us the tools too. It's just like, sometimes I feel like we put so much on a response from God, when really what we need to do is not so much a response from Him, other than to get our head out of the clouds. Because, this is my belief. I believe we were built and created in a way that makes us totally self-sufficient. That's why everything was put here in the way we were created. It was all designed to work together and we were built to take care of ourselves, to protect and provide for our families, and to raise our children, and to take care of the animals and live a life. Man has polluted all that with our desires and our wants and what we think is best. And this path just hasn't been headed down a very good road. So humans don't make the best decisions. That's my take on it. And it just, but I will say you got to be the standard, because that's one thing I can say. If I had to do any kind of self-egotistical kind of comment, is I take pride in that right there. Whenever I go to hold somebody accountable, I feel okay, because I've held myself to a higher standard than even that. So if I meet the standard I put on myself, then I feel okay expecting something at least half to that from somebody else. So it kind of just puts a different perspective when I talk to different people, and that's kind of how I've carried myself at work. I was the same way. I can learn that job, and I'll put in the time, and I'll do in the work, but I don't have time for bullshit. And then when I get people, supervisors or people under me, that give me bullshit, I just call them out quick on it. And it's because you got to carry yourself to a better standard. I think somebody put it in a song. Was it be the change you want to see? I forgot what lyrics that was in. It's be the change you want to see. Was that Tom McDonald? I can't remember. So let's see what we got. We got T-Girl says, I never knew YouTube until one sad crazy night when I stumbled into Hawk on Cash Kelly, when I started following him and then Ron. I'm so very glad you're in my virtual life, and you and a lot of chat. I started YouTube when my hubby died, and it helped the nights not be so lonely. And there you go, see, T-Girl. And that's what's helped me kind of find the motivation, is y'all will tell me stuff, and so it's like, okay, so I feel like there's a purpose. So then it's like it kind of gives me fuel for my fire. Were attached at the hip, so when his time was up, I thought I would die, but God sent you, Ricky, Hawk, Ronnie, Bonnie's, and so many more. Well, that's it. You're not done. And I will be here for you, man. And I will say that this is something this is what we need to go back to our roots per se, like this, the homes, the families. And because we have been introduced to this digital environment, and unless some EMP goes off, then it's not going to go away. That we need to learn how to operate in this realm, so that we can have like this right here, where it's a bonding moment and it's not an aggravating moment, where you don't come into here to get more negative BS in your head. That's why I don't like I guess what the kids nowadays call debates, when really it's arguing, is all that comes across to me. But because there just seems so much negativity in it. Ooh, I went out of focus. Look at that. But there's so much negativity that gets generated because you get frustrated, you get angry, you're disappointed. It's all the negatives. So instead, I'd rather sit around and I might share something that sounds bad, but I won't leave it there, because you just can't leave it that way. You can open it up and you can share it, but you've got to try to find a closure to it, at least for the day, because you don't need to carry. The worst thing I found in my life, the worst thing I ever did, was to carry around a lot of negative baggage. So rather it was being pissed off at this guy for this, or being pissed off at this person for this, and that's why I just say garbage in, garbage out. And so if you sit here and you're bombarded with negative crap all the time, all you do is live in this negative muck. And you might have a brief glimpse of positivity, but it's not lasting, and you don't nurture off of it. You don't grow from it because it's not enough, because the majority is negative. So you got to kind of shove that shit to the side and find something. If it's watching a hummingbird at a feeder, but find something that kind of brings a smile to your face, brings a positive thought into your head. Plant the seed and it'll grow. Well, that works with happy thoughts. It's how the positive ball starts in you. You've got to put something in there for it to grow on. You can't live in the negative all the time. Oh my God, question this, question that. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my gosh. You oh my gosh yourself into non-existence. And you miss life. Life goes by. So it's just that's why I like this, and that's why I don't always handle everything in the right way by any means. Hell, people have seen me go, like Huckleberry, he poked fun at me earlier because he's seen me. I've chunked my headphones. I got so mad one night, flustered, and I was just, and I threw my headphones down. But see, then I learned from that. And it's kind of like, yeah, that was kind of crazy. Why did I do that? So it's a growing process. You got to be willing to grow. Otherwise you're stagnant. You're like a stagnant pond out there, and it's churning sour the longer it stays stagnant. Rescue, the expression is originally a Gandhi quote, be the change you wanted to see in the world. It's been used in a lot of media. Okay. I knew it was a quote from somewhere. I knew I didn't think of no cool little sentence like that on my own, so it had to have been somewhere. Let's see, what did the Holy Spirit teaches us to live for one another and not for ourselves? Well, that's it. Because the joy is in giving, not receiving. Somehow the picture is being painted that supposedly it's to receive, but it's not to receive. The blessing and the joy is in giving. It really is. Well, at least I put it like this. I won't do that. It is for me. It was a big lesson, and I feed off of that. That's what keeps me going, is being able to do or give or help or something. So that's a nurturing way for the human soul. God is forgiving. Can you forgive yourself? That's a hard one there, Mr. John, I gotta say. I work on it all the time. Cash Kelly used to say that all the time. See, I think I remember watching him way back, man, way back during the riots and stuff, I think it was. I forgot who that was with back then, too. Anna says, I agree, Rescue, and people often deflect from their downfalls by pointing out those of others, often by saying it, being judgmental or holier than thou, rather than realizing a work in progress. That's it, you know. Seconds count, help is a long ways away. Oh yeah, that's that Texas guy. That was a guy down in Houston. Pulled it in his driveway. Two guys. He had his two kids and his wife in the car. He just happened to notice his back door. The back gate was open and it made him pause. And then he saw him. And so the wife backs the car out, takes off, and he proceeds to neutralize the problem. And that man's wife and kids are perfectly safe. It's hard to be positive for me when my mother belittles me every day, but I still try my hardest. Yeah, Karen, that's, you know, and it's, man, you got me on that one, ma'am. I have no magical answer for that for sure, because, yeah, it's taken a while, and I don't know that I've actually done it the proper way, so I don't want to recommend that, but I mean, I'm still a POS to my in-laws, regardless. I've literally cut trees off of their house after hurricanes. I've helped fix fences. I've helped all kinds of shit. Those people have not helped me once. But you know what? I used to get so mad, and then at one day, I just wrote it off, and I said, you know, there's going to come a time when they're going to have to answer up, and they've got no valid excuse. So they got to be accountable for their actions. Reposted, correct. When seconds count, help is a long ways away. Oh, okay. Nehemiah 8:8. So they read distinctly from the book in the law of God, and they gave the sense and helped them to understand the reading. There you go, Ross. Book Girl says, I love listening to you both. The kindness, gentleness, and inner strength shines through. Well, thank you, Book Girl. It's so encouraging to hear that, you know, there's something beneficial from this, from other people. I will say that's... I think I might be fixing to end it though here in a minute or two, because I think I'm going on 7 hours. Plus, I think it's about chicken noodle soup time, and then I'll lay down, take the weight off. What I need to do is probably sell off some shit out there in the building, sell some tools and stuff off or something, and then I need to buy me one of them, like a number 4 wash tub, and I'll make it into just a little homemade pool. Then I could float. My gosh, I would love to be able to just float, because I think that would feel so good. Just take the weight off of the spine and be like, oh yeah. Might have to look into that. Oh. Hey, you know what? I think maybe we need to do a little song real quick, though. Hey, I wonder if T-Girl is still here. Yeah, she was. Because I know she just... You know what it is, don't you, T-Girl? We'll have to play the song, huh? Let's see. Turn that off. Cool. So we're going to play this song at least for on the way.
When his daddy would visit, he'd
Oh, no, we got to start that over.
When they gather around the star,
That ain't going to work. There we go.
Billy Ray was a preacher's son, and when his daddy would visit, he'd come along. When they gather around and started talking, Cousin Billy would take me walking. Out through the backyard we go walking. Then he looked into my eyes. Lord knows to my surprise, the only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Yes, he was. Being good isn't always easy, no matter how hard I try. When he started sweet talking to me, he'd come and tell me everything is alright. He'd kiss and tell me everything's alright. Can I get away again tonight? The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Lord, he was. Yes, he was. How will I remember the look was in his eyes, stealing kisses from me on the slide, taking time to make time, telling me that he's all mine, learning from each other's knowing, looking to see how much we've grown, and the only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Oh, yes, he was.
You too, Patrick. Have a great day.
He was the sweet talking son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me. I guess he was the son of a preacher. The only one who could ever move me sweet like the son of a preacher man. The only one who could ever move me like the son of a preacher man.
And that's what I was going to try to get, I think, too, Patrick, is like a water trough. Well, Miss Joyful, if you want to say anything to the chat, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the Star Spangled Banner on my way out. When it's over, I'll just be ending the stream. So if you would like to say bye to everybody and stuff. Okey-doke. Well, what I'm going to do is
It has been morning. than you and truly honor my friend.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me, Miss Joyful. I love it when you come hang out. I love it when everybody comes and hangs out with me. It's peaceful, it's caring, and it's got that warmth little feel to it. So I do want to say real quick, Miss Karen, just always remember you're not accountable for your parents. You're only accountable for yourself. And so while it's a total shame that, you would have a parent that would treat a child like that, I'm sorry that happened to you by all means. But just you flip that around, and that's something that they're going to have to be accountable for. And it actually shows that you're a stronger person because you're becoming a better person regardless of what the stress you were put under. So the diamond starts to shine under the pressure, ma'am. And with that, I would just like to tell everybody I appreciate y'all being here. You guys are awesome. I might see you this weekend in some channels off and on. I'm not sure, probably will, but I would definitely see you Monday morning, 3 a.m. Central Time, the only time zone that matters. And with that, I'm going to go out with the Star Spangled Banner. Not the typical Star Spangled Banner, but the Star Spangled Banner. So enjoy the song, and I will see y'all Monday morning, 3 a.m. Central, or if I don't see you during the week, be sure and smile or be the reason somebody smiles, and be the change you want to see. Lead by example. Much love, everybody.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets trembling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star spangled banner yet wave o'er the land under the fray, and the home of the brave? Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in there. The name of the fray. We are the US of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Stand of the brave, the US of A. Oh, say, just that star, spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land of the free, and the
Thank you, everybody. Much love. Have a great weekend. Smile or be the reason somebody smiled. And give somebody a hug this weekend. I bet you're going to come across somebody that needs it. With that, I love you guys. Y'all take care. Have a great weekend.